friends. We are getting this going. It's going to be amazing. And as usual, I have a couple questions I'm going to ask the engine about yesterday's game. Then I'm going to turn off the engines. So we go games. We go round 9. And let's start off with Geary. We had a question about rook e1, and I wanted to know, was that like a engine move? Like, because he thought for 10 minutes on moves. I didn't think it was prep. The way he talked about it in the interview, it sounded kind of like maybe it was I don't know, some idea he had seen before. Let's go. Boom, rook e1. Rook e1, the top move, bows. Damn. So maybe it was even a prep thing, even though he thought forever on this move over here, bishop c5, and then he thought forever here. Why would you think forever unless you were not in prep? Because rook e1, dude, that is some dark sauce. Some dark sauce. And basically dude, yeah, that's dark. That is dark. Okay, I think the narrative is this. Knight d4, knight b4, none of it works. And you got to then say that a move and b6 doesn't work because of knight e3. It works, you can still play it, but white's going to be better. And then on h6, then you play bishop d2 because then on b6 you still have knight e3. Some kind of story like that. Man, that's dark. Okay, next question. An amazing thing happened yesterday where this is round 9, where Hans Moke Niemann drew Mishra. And first of all, he should have lost at the beginning, and then he should have definitely won. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and look at a couple key moments. So knight g5. Here he thinks white's better. I had no idea what's happening here. e5. And then I was looking here at d5. Engine is talking about bishop c4. It was also a move. But and then apparently this move, g4, is a mistake. And then knight d4, we're guessing that's what Niemann missed. Okay, f3. Now, we thought this was kind of cataclysmic for black here, for white. So knight e2, queen e2. And now we really liked e4. Now, what is interesting is the engine is saying not that bad. So let's go take a look. So e4, knight e4, knight e4. Now on fe we had b5, so we did figure that out. On knight e4, I was thinking bishop b5 would be crushing. Let's go look. Bishop b5, rook c8, queen c8. The engine's like, nah, boss, I'll just go here. Wow. And the point really is I can't do queen c4 because of knight d6. Wow. Okay. That's really deep. So when we go here, h6 is actually, dude, like the top move along with b5 and queen b6. And, well, it says h6 and e4 are roughly the same. We did not like this move. Snip, snap. And then he plays queen a5, which honestly the engine gives as good, but a little bit better for white even, and it likes f5. f5 would be a very risky move. All right, check the miserable king. And now a frisky move, g5, h5. Computer says it's now equal. b4, Queen A4. I had so many questions here. Bishop B2. And so because we thought E4 was better earlier, we were like, dude, Mishra, what have you done to yourself? B6. Okay. Castles. Bishop F5. Rook A1. Queen B3. And holy moly, we got this one right. Rook A3, Queen C4, Knight D6, Queen H4, and Knight E8, Queen G3 equals. So we did get that one right. Amazing. So in this position, dude, Niemann plays the best computer move, Knight F2, which was a little surprise to us. Now, computer liked Rook A6. Why not, right? I guess you'd be afraid of Rook C8. Good morning, G. Okay, it says white's better. This looks like a blunder, A5. Boom, boom. Just Queen A5. You hung your pawn, buddy. So wait a second. So yeah, black, to me, okay, the engine's saying white's a touch better here. To me, it looks like just a mess. It's talking about Rook C8. Dude, every chump GM in their life would play Rook C8 here. But it's weird because you forgot to play Rook C8 last move. It says here if you want to play A5, you can play A5. So it's really weird to play A5 here because you're just hanging your coconut with a tempo boss. Okay, so Bishop C3, Rook C8. Now white's clearly better. E4, Bishop F8, Bishop D2, snip, snap. Now the engine is saying white's just like up plus 0.4. Bishop B2, okay. Queen C3, Queen B1, Queen C1, Bishop D6, Queen B2. So, all right, our understanding of this position was that white was considerably better. The engine is actually like, no, it's not that special. Niemann did this nice little dance. I thought it was a nice little dance. Wow, dude. Okay. And here, I evaluated the position as winning for white. The engine says, nah, boss, this is equal. The engine will play. Normally, the engine will give you, like, you're up a pawn. It'll tell you something. Here it says it's just plain equal. Wow. It's a huge game in the standings. It's amazing you can't win this position. What? You can't win, dude. They bounced around, of course, forever. Black actually thought for 20 minutes on this move. And then they slowly repeated. I wonder if I'm just going to fly through it to see if the engine spots some mistake. Like somebody blundering. I would say white's winning here, dude. I would still say white's winning. Oh, man. I just went around and around. Okay. So that leads us to our current situazione where we have really 4 players with a good chance to qualify, and then just a ton of people with a slim chance. But the slim chance is kind of real because, we're about to start, I think. Because if we just assume that just one of the top games, you assume that one of the top games is going to be a draw, then, and I have to turn off this engine business. How do they make it hard to turn it off. If you assume that one of the top games is going to be a draw, then all those people from down below suddenly are in the business. We are going to focus on the 2 top games, and let's go here. I think if I turn off the analysis here, it finally goes away. I don't know if it goes away for the other page too. In any case, Keimer playing his countrymen. And what does he do? They're all afraid of Bluebaum's prep. So you get this situation. The bummer is if you play c4 here, which would be the most theoretical move, you're going to transpose into a Catalan. But instead, we're going to get some kind of King's Indian attack now. This will be fun, actually. This will be fun. Now, knight c3, knight d2 is the traditional move. And one of the reasons it's traditional is that d4 here asks some big questions of white. Now, with reverse colors, if you just imagine a King's Indian, the recent trend has just been to play like d4 and then knight b1. So imagine reverse colors, d5, knight b8. So this knight c3, I like it a lot, dude. I like it a lot because he's coming with a new idea. And that's what you want against this Bluebaum dude. Yeah, very clever, good opening prep from Keimer. Bluebaum, you know, this guy's been a rock. This guy's been a rock. Keimer, I'm sure, has played Bluebaum loads of times. Just loads of times. Now, there's something wrong with my little setup here. Let's make a jadoob on my setup here. So let's scooch this. I'm going to give a scooch. And I'm going to give a pooch back out here. There we go. So I love this move, knight c3. Now if I go back, good, it's not showing me the engine. And we're getting aggressive repertoire. Very good, yep. So knight f3, e6, castles. Knight b4. Now, by the way, let's just talk a little bit about it. There's a bunch of different ways for black to play. e6, without a touch. Castles, knight b5, knight b5, a6. Right. So let's talk basics. White is going to get an interesting position where he's up a lot of tempi. You know, he's going to play knight c3 next, and then d4. And depending on how, then he's going to have options depending on how black sets up. But a very good kind of position for Firouzja. So I like white's opening in both games. Yeah, we're going to get a fighting thing. Now, I want to just stress here, the other games are all interesting, okay, after this. But these are the decisive games. So we're going to spend our time on these ones. And I kind of want to focus on just one. Might be hard to do. Yeah, I think Rachel will join us a little later. And also Kostya, whenever he gets up, he'll get up. He'll be there too. All right. So I'm watching this. I'm watching. It's kind of a little surprising that Firouzja would be thinking on this move. I'm watching the live stream as well. And Keimer's come there in like a three-piece suit, dude. He's come there in a three-piece suit, and yeah. Let's see, I gotta go forward. And Bluebaum has an amazing head of hair, dude. I don't know if anyone's had that much hair. Well, you know, around me, there's not a lot of hair in my life. So when I see that kind of hair, I'm either jealous or I'm like, what's going on? You need a haircut, buddy. You know. I don't got that kind of hair. That's not going on for me. Oh, Kostya reached 2,800 last night? Damn, buddy. Damn. Oh, he hit it pretty fast in his quest. I tell you, after I hit 2,800, I was like, my life is meaningless now. What else do I got to shoot for? So he did play knight a3. I don't like it. No, I don't like it. No, Daddy doesn't like this at all. Knight A3. All right, let's talk about Knight A3. I really don't like it. And this is the kind of thing, by the way, where I'm tempted to turn on the engine, but I'm not going to do it. I might look at previous games, though, and what has happened in previous games. So let's just go games, analysis board, starting position. Tomorrow, this is the kind of thing I would maybe look. But here, it's not that interesting to look for the engine. It's tempting. You might feel like you've learned something, but maybe have you really learned anything? Because he's going after a kind of position here. So boom, boom, boom. Now, generally, when they do this, they play like white has to move the knight back anyway. Okay. So I just want to stress we got 102 games. I'm not going to expand the window because we're not going to spend too much time here. This is the Dojo database. We got 102 games. We got knight c3 with 98, 102 with knight c3, 2 with knight a3. All right. So this is not people's intuition to play knight a3. Kavutskiy, though, played this in 23. So, all right, let's click on this game. This will be our STEM game. This is Kavutskiy. This is a Title Tuesday. A Title Tuesday. This is the way it went. B5, C4. I don't want to play C4. This doesn't look impressive for white. I don't know. Title Tuesday. It's a little bit random. Now, let's go back to the game. I think, okay, let's just state the obvious. When you go back to c3, your knight isn't the greatest piece. You're up ahead in a lot of development, but your knight is not the greatest piece. On a3, you could play Kavutskiy c4. I think Kavutskiy c4 is a little weird. Or you could even play c3, d4. In all of these cases, the problem is your knight is not great on c3 because the pawns on e6 and a6 dominated. But your knight's even worse on a3. And black has loads of moves here. Loads of moves. The obvious being b5, d5, d6. I'm sure knight f6 is playable. Even bishop e7. I don't think there's anything going to terrible happen to you if you play bishop e7. And one of the things I don't like about knight a3 is the whole point of the aggressive repertoire in my head for this variation, but a lot of variations too, in general, is we want to be ahead in development. So if you just imagine knight c3, we can look at some of these games here. Like Crafts of Carlsen, we can look at this game. Let's see how this one. Carlsen was black. This was probably also a Title Tuesday, But anyways, Carlsen's intuition is always amazing. Queen d4, exclamp. So we're up a gazillion tempi. Bishop b7, a4. I don't know about a4. Oh, look at this, knight d5, bro. Check to the miserable king. Oh, this is at least fun. I don't know about any of this. This looks random. Dang. What a mess. Carlsen's a genius, unfortunately, for this guy. Carlsen don't play, dude. And then he wins. Okay, so, you're playing Carlsen. What do you want to do? If we go back, But anyways, b5 would be my intuition. And then d4, of course, this is the human intuition. CD4, that's the human intuition. Queen d4. Why? Because you're not going to get whacked with any knight c6, so you're up 1,000 tempi. Yeah. Kravtsov has played this a bunch, and let's just say bishop b7, bishop g5, or rook e1. Anyways, you guys get the flavor. So we're going to close this window, and we have knight a3, and now knight f6. Like I said, I'm sure all of these moves are playable. Intuition for me would be rook e1, but I'm a little already hesitant about knight a3. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies. If I'm black, as an example, am I worried about c3, d4? I don't think so. Because even if he got all that stuff, I would just whack him at the end of it with d5. And because the knight's here, if we turn that into a French structure, nah, that knight's terrible, dude. The knight's terrible anyway. Oh, no. Oh, no. Firouzja, buddy. All right, so the advantage of knight a3 is he might have a sense of how to play this position. I don't. And you are now outside of Gary's normal business. Because that other line, you could prepare something. That's right, Kalen. He's hoping he knows everything. But, that other line, it's just going to be an interesting game. As you saw with the Carlsen thing. They were just making that up. Okay. SB McManus just wants to play e5. Yeah. e5 is definitely a move. I'm assuming on e5 that we would get something like e5, knight d5, c4, knight b4. And the point is the knight really wants to come back here. But, and that this is a poor structure. The good news about this, though, is maybe I can play knight c2 and be like, I'm fixing my knight. I'm fixing my knight. And on knight d3, I'm just like, please get rid of your own good knight. Let me play d4 someday. But notice, this knight is so funkalicious. So funkalicious. So yeah, interesting provocation with knight f6. And we'll probably get a good think here. Obviously, rook e1 is the other move that white can play. It would be, what I don't know inside of Firouzja's head is just like if black does nothing, he does play e5. If black had done nothing, what was our intention in terms of how to play the c pawn, right? Because if you play knight a3, you're like, well, I'm either going to go here or here and do this kind of thing. So which one is it? I think, SB McManus he was a GM today with e5. And what I like about e5 is at least now I'm getting a position where I might understand what my knight on a3 is doing. The other positions, I wasn't sure about knight a3, man. Yeah. Okay. So, here we go. Knight d5 played. Now we're going to see what Firouzja's instinct is. Dude, I'm watching the stream, and Giri, he looks underweight, dude. He's so thin. So thin. It's incredible. I think he's always been that way, but dude's a pencil. Dude's a pencil. All right, let's talk about options for white. It's interesting that he would play e5 and then think about it, because e5 is a very committal move. We could go knight c4, e3 just to fix our knight. I'd be interested in that. We could play c4 like the variation we just had. We could also sit for a second and say, well, what do you want really? That wouldn't be dumb either. So we do have options. Yeah. Maybe we could even consider the super ambitious d4. Pawn takes, queen takes. Saying bishop a3, fine. You want to take that thing? You want to get that thing off my hands? Get it off my hands, you know? I think that's an interesting move too. Okay, so he's got a lot of different interesting options here. I like this thing, because now we are threatening knight c4, I think. We develop our big old fat queen like we see in the other variation. If he takes it, I think we like that position. Because I'm going to play c4 next, I think. And my dark squares are pretty groovy looking, as they say. Groovy looking. And if b5, I'll put my a pawn to use. b4, a3, I'm going to put my a pawn to use. Yeah, okay. So, we might get a small think here. I'm loving it. I think I did not understand the knight a3 move, but after e5, I think it makes more sense to me what's going on. I mean, excuse me. After allowing e5 with that knight f6, the white position makes more sense to me. Maybe I just want to say as a fan, I like Gary, interesting dude. I'm rooting for Fallujah because I just feel like when it comes to the candidates, I want him in it. You know? I feel like this Fallujah was once the next coming. He's making some kind of comeback. You know, he fell out of the top 10 for a second after being number 2 in the world. And I always felt like he was going to come back. I have a lot of questions about what's going on in his chess, but he definitely belongs in the candidates. And so I want him there. For sure, he belongs in the candidates. So the other game, I can look at it too. Dude is tanking after knight c3. Knight c3 was a great move. The kind of move, but when I say it's great, I'll just go back to it in a second here. See, wrong game, Kraai. It's great in the sense, things have happened, Kraai. Things have happened. I thought knight c3 was great. d4 happened. Okay. 5 minutes, and now this kind of surprising for me, knight e4. Now, with reverse colors, this is also possible to play knight e4. Boom, 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 boom. And this is clearly something that Keimer has had mapped out. Huge advantage to know in advance what's going on. C takes d4 is definitely the move that normal humans would play. There's questions though, like a simple move for me to consider is e5 now. Yeah. And to claim that, I'm going to play rook e1, bishop f1, and that your pawn on d4 is lonely. Yeah. Okay, this is great. The live board, the stream board is a little bit behind here because I don't see this. No, I take it back. It's correct, Mundo. We got this position. I was just assuming CD4. So nice time advantage onto that board. You know what I'm going to do? This is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to keep 2 windows open and have these games going on. So this one here, and then I'll take this one back, and then I'll put Gary's game up, ba-boom. Yeah, that way I can toggle. I can be a toggler. Very interesting positions, both of them. This one's more unclear. Well, they're both unclear, honestly. They're both. And hey, Magnus. Hey, Magnus. Remember you were talking all this smack about, oh, openings are killing us. Blah, blah, blah. I can't take it anymore. Oh, I'm so sad. Well, dude, we got these two top boards and we got fully original positions right away, buddy. Right away, bud. Right away. Yeah, interesting things are going to happen. Interesting things will happen in this position. Quantum Photon asks, how do you prevent the analysis? And one of the interesting things there is you can do it, obviously, and Hayden told him how to do it. There's a little button there right above the moves, but they push it on you. So people are like automatically kind of primed. They're primed. Road to 2K said Geary looks like a teenager. His body looks like a teenager, dude. If I was his trainer, dude, I wouldn't want him to gain a lot of, I just want him to gain a little bit of muscle, dude. I'd be like, all right, listen, bud. We're going to do a little bit of powerlifting. I know it's going to feel weird for you. We don't need to turn you into the Hulk or anything. We just need your body to get a little muscle. And that muscle is going to help you, Bobs. It's going to help you. Magnus is going to come up on a dojo talk. Absolutely, man. We've had a lot of famous people on, and maybe Magnus will come someday. There's a lot of speculation out there whether he hears my rants or not, or he's tuning them out. You know, we do probably maybe later we're going to get a sensei eval going on one or two of these games. My sensei eval is that white after CD4, E5 is a little bit better. I like this diagonal. Black's claim in this position, by the way, is fairly obvious, and that is that my C-pawn, yes, there's other problems in the black position, but with my C-pawn being funny, black is fundamentally going to have enough. It's obviously scary looking, though, for black. Now, black is thinking maybe he'll play knight d4. And that might be the cautious move. We could play knight d4 here, or we could just be super basic and play this position and claim that we're better. And I think that's true. I'm going to go ahead and say I feel pretty good about white's position here because we'll have rook d1 quickly. And if you play e5, we still have rook d1, and we can work the d5 square. This one, though, you could say, if you're black, you'd be like, God, boss, I could survive it, though. I could survive it. If you play b6, you run into e5. It's still, even there, you play rook b8 or something. So after knight d4, white doesn't have to play c3. You could also play knight d4 here. You could even play e5 here. Not the dumbest move, you know, just to prevent b6. But black, those are the kinds of options black is trying to evaluate. He's also trying to evaluate, well, just how bad is my position here, right? And maybe Kraai's not even right that e5 is white's main move. I feel good about it, but maybe that, yeah, you kind of want to do it because e5's coming. So knight d4 was played. He was afraid. And one of the things we can say actually about this position, we go pop, 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 is now because there's no knights, it's less bad for black. And the reason is that I can't like drop a knight onto this bad boy of a square, right? And I can't really lodge a rook in here because this bishop is going to be here. So I still like white here. However, you know, I understand the narrative for black in this position. E5 is also interesting, as I said. And knight d4, you could definitely consider it. And maybe the variation there is knight d4, queen d4, snip, snop, e5. When we play e5, we're liberating the bishop, kind of developing it, as well as preventing communication with the pawn. Here, though, black can really just dream of somehow whacking my weak pawn. Maybe even starting a sacrifice with bishop d7 here. There's questions there, though. Like bishop d7, rook d1 is kind of a question. Okay, beautiful games. Beautiful games. So, yeah, Bluebaum has a lot of hair, dude. Bluebaum's got a lot of hair. Rock Angel! Oh, she just raided the stream. Super cool. That often means that Rock Angel's going to join us in a half a second. That's what it often means. Yeah. She's been doing some interviews. She did a great interview with Geary yesterday where she talked with him about his rook e1 move. Yeah, she's going to be here 5-10 minutes. We'll give her a Zoom link. Sure, we can do that. So, Zoom. I gotta get the Zoom going. Meet. Host a meeting. Open the meeting. And then we're going to say, start a mundo. And then we're going to say, copy. Then we're going to go here. All right, so we're set up with that. And, buddy, let's go back to think about what's happening in Samarkand. Where can I find her interviews? If you go to this site, the Take site, you can find them. And I think they're posting most of them on Twitter as well. So, we have this situation. Keimer finally thinking. Now, if I go boom to the boom and go back here, dude, I called it. I'm a GM today. Oh, buddy, I'm a GM today. Oh. I like this position for white. I think this would be annoying for black. I think it would be very annoying. Let's talk about obvious stuff. If you play d6, maybe you should, but then my terrible, terrible knight becomes quite a creature. He's now a creature, and now we have to say white's probably better. It's not over or anything, but we got to say white's got to be better. If you take this thing, then you better have some stuff figured out because this square is going to be really weak, and your development, even though you develop this in one go, your development's very poor. All right, b6 was played. Okay, now, there is some mildly good news for black with this move, b6. With b6, you avoid the tension with b5, c4 that white was hunting. So that part about it's clever. You also prepare bishop c5. That part is clever. You do not prevent knight c4. However, one curious thing about knight c4 is a large part of my soul here wants to play c4. So when you play knight c4, yes, you fix your piece and stuff, but you don't allow, c4 isn't in your cards anymore. So white has to make a call here. And I think there's several moves to do. One move we should mention, in addition to knight c4 and c4, is queen g4, just to prevent bishop f c5. But by the way, let's say we play rook e1 just to show. Bishop c5, queen g4. You can't do castles because I'm going to whack you. So even sitting with rook e1 would not be dumb, and you just say, hey, I'm going to be flexible. Now, I assume on rook e1, Geary's going to say, oh, well, okay, if you want to hang out, I'll hang out, and I'll just develop my bishop. So that's definitely a thing. Hayden's here for Rachel. There you go. So actually, I would say this is a big decision for white. I like white's position a lot, but I think this is a big decision. It's amazing that the knight a3 thing worked out for him. I didn't like the knight f6 thing that Geary did. Now, let's say the obvious. From the very beginning, black's trump is that he has this unopposed light square bishop, and it's not hard to see that Geary wants this thing to be a beast. A beast. Yeah. Let's also do some basic dogma here. Let's do some dogma. I don't know if you want to call this knight developed. I think it owes black a move, but let's just pretend for a second it's developed. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to 1, plus it's white's move. So that's 5 moves to 1. Okay? A lot of times this happens in Sicilians where black is just down a gazillion tempi. 4 tempi, 5 to 1, 5 minus 1 is 4, is a big deal. But you can see here, black's not, he's got the trumps. The black trumps are that the knight on a3 is a real problem. It's got to be fixed. And the bishop going to b7 will be a beast. Yeah. One worry I would have on a move like queen g4 is maybe black just can sit. First, just start here, then start there, and say, what? And say, what? What do you want to do to me, white? Right? So by avoiding castling, black can just build their position. Yeah. That's why white needs a good plan here. c4, black could do actually many different things, but this is the natural move. And the bummer for us here is he's cutting our knight, and it's really a big question of like, well, what does that knight want to do now? Okay, so maybe he can find a way to make that work. To me, that gives me the heebies. Seems like bishop g5 is always inaccurate because he wants to play queen c7 anyway. Why not? Another basic idea for white is to say knight c4, and I want to drop it. Drop it like it's hot. So if we imagine bishop b7, let's just drop it for a second. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. This could be a thought. Now we have bishops of opposite color, but no, this is definitely a thought. Notice on queen f6, I have knight e5. And I got a nice little position. Okay, so knight c4 is an interesting momentito. Maybe queen c7. But notice, instead of bishop b7. Notice even here that I still take your coconuts because I got yield c4 and I had g7 too. Okay, so b6, knight c4. I'm coming around to this move. If bishop c5, we're going to play queen g4. Maybe queen c7, boss. We just said that. We got knight d6. I think knight c4, knight d6 is kind of a nice thing. That's kind of a nice thing we got going on. Hayden says bishop c5 looks ripe for a tempo. Notice, though, that if I intend knight d6, I'll just go here. Ba-bam! Check to the miserable king. And then you got to take it, and then you lost a tempo. Because when I play knight d6, I'm losing a tempo because I'm moving a developed piece twice, and you get to develop a piece pronto. So a lot of times, you're white in these positions. You might have to give up some tempi to fix your other problems, such as my poor knight on a3. I would gladly spend 2 tempi to fix that bad boy, right? Gladly. That thing needs a fixing. Maybe a better variation. Let's try it for black. Let's defend his honor. And just castle, buddy. Just castle. That might be more to the point. Yeah, okay. Maybe something like that. Anytime I play c4, there's knight b4. Very tough position to judge. All right, we go back. We got the knight c4, knight d6 idea. Bishop g5 doesn't make any sense to me. c4, knight b4, I didn't understand what white was doing. And the other obvious thing to say is, on knight c4, bishop b7, you don't have to play knight d6. You can wait. You might even play queen g4 now. I don't know. It's a thought. Is there ever a world where f6 is playable? Yes. And in general, what black wants to say, actually, this is maybe even part of the conception with b6, is in general, black wants to put the pawns on dark squares to complement his unopposed bishop. So his pawns want to control the dark, and the bishop wants to control the light. So if we imagine here, this position, definitely some kind of f6. And, you know, the question with, Rachel's here, with quantum is, would we ever do it anyway? And yes, especially, but we'd like the castle first. We'd like the castle first, but yeah, that's a thing. All right, Rachel's here. I got to make some jadoobs with the cams and stuff. So we're going to go to cam. And now I got to do something clever. And I got to go here. 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 Ba-boom. Rachel, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh,
2 days
your
left of
audio's
the.
off. Wait, that might be
Oh,
me, though. I think I can fix it. If you remember, we've been having real grief with the audio. Let's try this.
yes.
Same as system. If she is, if you hear her echoing, then it's time for me to put in my headphones. The last couple days, it's just been kind of a sad thing. Rachel, say something.
Testing, testing.
There you are. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
And again, remind me if she sounds echoey, let me know pronto. I think there's some weird thing
Oh,
where
apparently there's an echo. Yeah.
it just, oh, it is an echo. Damn it. I don't like the headphones. They make me feel compromised. They're kind of like if you wear them for hours, Rachel, they're like, oh, bruv, I don't want to wear these things for hours. Here we go.
Yeah. Also, is there any way to like shrink the frame, I guess? Because my face looks a lot bigger in the stream than like on the Zoom.
Yeah,
So
I
I
can.
feel like I have to back up quite a bit to like actually see me, I guess.
I can do
Um,
some shrinking. But first, let me fix the audio here. So, okay, say something now.
la 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 la. Hello, hello.
Okay, so I'm hoping that helped. Now, how do I do some good shrinking? So, if I make you, I think I know how to do some shrinking. There we go. We'll just do it like this. We'll do a little expanding. It's some
Yeah,
expanding
awesome.
that I need to do. Yeah,
Awesome.
we got to do a little bit more
Cool.
expanding before we. You guys, so I mentioned it before, but she did a really great interview with Geary that and I had an idea. I don't know if this is going to happen because it requires work from the dojo, and the dojo doesn't like to do work. Those people, they don't like to do work, you know. In any case, I had the idea to be like, oh, we should splice together our coverage of Rookie 1 and then your
Right.
interview. You know, it might have been a
Yeah.
cool thing.
That would be, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then yeah,
I
taking the
think I think we have our guy on it. We'll see if
okay.
it's true. Our guy sometimes though, oh, he could take forever, dude. He could just, Okay, wait, Cry. Wait, you had it fixed and now you don't have it fixed. So yeah,
No, no, no. I can totally be an international master today. I don't mind. Yeah.
I did not fix that. Okay, I can fix it though. I'm trying to grab the image here. Just boom. I'll just put it in here. Boom. I'll get
Yeah,
rid
if
of
you guys, if
yours.
you need help with that, let me know. But
Okay.
if your guy's on it, then you're that's great.
Well, that's why they got you
Nice.
there, because you are a social media genius and you could edit things quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
I don't know about social media genius.
I bet, yeah, you're a social
But
media genius.
I've done it enough times now, like finding clips and things and splicing them together. But if you have someone on it, they probably know how to add like fancy effects and things that I might not know how to add. So yeah.
Actually, Rachel, I wanted to ask anyway. Tell us about your life in general. I all I know is like I feel I know that you went to like you're done with college now.
Yeah, I just graduated
Yeah,
in June.
nice.
Yeah.
And what kind of
Um,
stuff were you studying in college?
I was studying cognitive
Uh
science,
huh.
which I haven't really, or I'm not using just yet. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's basically like, it was mostly psychology, and then some computer science in there too.
Mm-hmm.
I also got a minor in Chinese because I'm half Chinese,
Uh
and
huh.
my mom's side of the family, nobody speaks English except for her, and then my dad, like my dad's side is American, so it's like two parts of the world. But yeah, I've started streaming 2 years ago or so, and then as graduation was approaching and trying to figure out, what my career was gonna look like, where I was gonna take my next steps, I eventually decided to try and make it like working in the chess world.
Uh huh.
So yeah, I mean, I graduated a few months ago. I'm actually starting part-time at chess.com. I was supposed to start like 2 weeks ago, but then I came here, so I'm starting like in a few days. Um, and so yeah, and then I'm doing stuff for Take Take Take.
Yeah.
There's another. I think you probably know about the project that Matt's working on with like the education entertainment company.
No, I don't. I don't know about
Oh,
that.
okay. Then I won't say. But there's also like some kind of educational videos that I'll be making for a company
Uh huh.
that's it's startup now, but like used to be part of Nickelodeon.
Okay.
But I guess I'll let Matt like introduce all that because he's like working on it a bunch more than me. Um, so yeah, just trying to see if I can make it in chess basically. And then I guess in terms of chess things, I neither of my parents play, but like my friend introduced me to chess like on a play date or something in like fourth grade.
Uh huh.
And I was doing gymnastics, and like there was an ad for a chess class on the second floor when I was like 10 or so, and I really liked the game when I played with my friends. So I asked my dad to sign me up for group classes.
Uh
So
huh.
I did. Like it was pretty on and off, but I did some group class and I did some tournaments. Like there was a like Thursday night tournament that I would play in, and it was a bunch of like floored 1500 like 70-year-old men basically.
Uh huh.
So I got like up to 1500 or so
Yeah.
when I was like 11, 12, and then I stopped playing chess for like 5, 6 years, and then I was looking for a job in high school, and so I started teaching kids
Uh huh.
like first during COVID online, and then like at elementary schools after school.
Right.
That's how I got back into it because I was like, okay, I need to come up with lessons. And then I met some people who went to tournaments, and then I started going to tournaments. And then eventually I was like, oh, maybe I'll try streaming. So it's all
Okay.
very like one step at a time, like just
Mm-hmm.
take it slow and see how I like it. But yeah, that's just like an overall chess story, I guess.
And you
Yeah.
like live close to Blood Queen, or did you
Yeah.
guys? Yeah.
So we both went to UCLA,
Uh huh.
and we both graduated there. So like we were living like walking distance from each other, which was awesome. Now I'm trying to, I don't know if I'm going to stay in LA. I've been like traveling a bit, but I probably will be moving to a different city.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll wait until it's like, I actually figure out what's going on before I'm like, yes, I'm moving here.
Yeah.
But I probably won't be living close to Anushka anymore. I lived in LA my whole life, so I'm ready to move somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, let's get a couple takes on this position. Queen e4 did not cross my mind. It makes a load of sense, though, because now we have a very basic threat, c4, and the knight could defend the rook with knight c7, but that would be a huge achievement. So if we imagine just like bishop, knight, knight, that would be a huge achievement just because the knight's so terrible on c7. The other part about it is we're also saying that taking here is always terrible anyway. And we talked a little bit about that in the prior position where black could have also taken. And the main reason it's terrible is then this d6 square becomes a disaster. And if you took it, you'd still have to defend after c4 as well. So, couple things. I think, to my mind, the big questions are what is Firouzja's intention on either one of these rook moves? Right? So the rook moves allow me to defend against c4, and the bummer of queen e4 is twofold. There's two bummers and there's a couple good things about queen e4. One good thing is that if and when we play c4, we're looking at the c2 square. I don't know if we even want to play c4, but I just want to mention that. The next thing, this is a bummer, is that bishop after rook b8 and bishop b7, we might lose a tempo because our queen gets whacked. And one of the things I'll repeat is that black's trump is the unopposed light square bishop. So if this thing gets raging on this diagonal, it could be a real problem for us. Okay, and the other one is at some point black might want to play f5 with the intention of ef, knight f6. Of course, he can't do that right now. He's first got to fix himself on this pin. So I'm guessing one of these moves, I don't know which one's better, but I'm guessing one of those moves. Maybe rook b8 is, or rather, let's say rook a7 is more highfalutin than rook b8. Because with rook b8, you could just tell yourself a story. I'm going to put it here. After I deal with the queen, the rook will probably come here. If you go rook a7 and then you play bishop b7, you'd be like, boss, what's going on? I want to get to c7. What are you doing to me? Yeah. 13 minutes on this. In general, whenever you get a game that has an original opening, you will see deep time trouble later in the game. Firouzja's been in time trouble almost every single game, so we're going to make a dojo prediction right here. You heard it here first. This game will be decided in time pressure.
Wow.
Any thoughts, any initial impressions here, Rachel, on this one?
I mean, I feel like you covered everything that I could even consider. Um, I mean, like I think someone in the chat said bishop b7, and then I think after c4 you're losing things. So,
Well, it's
yeah.
important to stress
Well,
you're not actually losing anything. You just have to accept a terrible, terrible night.
yeah.
Yeah. And this would be as an example of terror. Now queen g4 is good, no castles because of bishop h6. Yeah. So that's why I think rook b8 or rook a7. I don't know how to evaluate the position, though, because I still need an idea for white here. And actually, Rachel, what I'll repeat is this knight a3 move, this was an earlier decision. It's weird because now knight c4 doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Black's just going to play bishop b7 and say what? And c4, maybe it's true that my queen touches the square and stuff, but I'm about to get whacked. I don't like getting whacked. No one likes getting whacked. Yeah, so those are some of the obvious questions about what's going on here. Now this looks
I
real.
haven't.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say generally, I haven't heard your thoughts so far on like what happened yesterday and your predictions now that there are only 2 rounds left.
Right, I covered actually some of it at the very beginning before the game started.
Okay.
So if I look at my
Right.
thing here, I was wrong in my assessment of Neiman Mishra. The I mean, there was both sides made a bunch of mistakes, but when I left the show yesterday, I said me and Kostya both felt it was winning for white. Then I turned on the computer today. I only turned on the computer after. When I turned
Yeah.
on the computer was like, no, Mishra's fine. He was giving zeros even though he was up, he was down a clean pawn.
Yeah.
So Mishra has not lost a game, I think, in 65 games now. I think we're up to 65 games. He's just drawing and drawing and drawing. Also, in the position where we felt, me and Kostya, we felt that black was like either much better or winning, computer was also like, no, that's not so special. So that was also very fascinating about that game. Okay, but you asked about standings, and the obvious things to say are that when you think about these two games, right? If one of them is a draw, which let's just say is likely just because chess is chess, if one of them is a draw, then all of these chumps below get a piece of the action, right?
Right.
And even if you imagine that both of them are decisive, then the chumps below, who are half a point below, they'll play those people. They'll probably play those people, and well, actually, it could be. Actually, it could be that they play themselves. I would say the reason I would guess that the pairing would be that one of the people below get to play them is because a lot of them have already played each other. You know, like Bluebaum's already played
Right.
Faruja, for an example, right?
Right.
And yeah. So in any case, hard to predict in that score, but I'm definitely the favorite to qualify here is Fallujah and Keimer. They both
Yeah.
have white. They're both looking good, and we're gonna get some huge fights here. Let's go take a look at Blue Bound. We'll get your impressions here.
Okay. Yeah, one more thing I wanted to say was
Uh
I
huh.
actually looked at like because before asking that question I went to look at like the rookie one position
Uh huh.
and that was the top engine move
Right,
he
dude.
won.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which was crazy.
We did that before too. And actually, in your
Yeah.
interview, I was a little confused in his answer because it kind of sounded almost like it was a prep move. But
Yeah. Yeah.
but that was confusing to me because there was an earlier point in the game where he spent 10 minutes. So I was like, how could that be a prep move if he thought for 10 minutes on some previous decision, you
Maybe
know?
it was like a similar position from his
Right.
prep, but like it was like a similar variation or something like that. So he remembered some line moves and others. I don't know. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, the computer playing rookie one, that wouldn't surprise me. But a human coming up with rookie one, I was like, what?
yeah.
But
He's like, it's very deep.
it was a great interview. He was like, "Oh, it was a very deep move, a very
He's like, I
deep
actually don't know what the idea was about that move.
move."
Yeah. But I mean, it makes sense what he was saying. Like, there's a bishop c8 problem, and he was thinking like retroactively. He's like, okay, how is he gonna develop his bishop? Well, if he plays b6, you have knight e3. But it was weird because like on the Tick 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 app, there's someone like analyzing, like commentating every move for the top games, and it was like minor inaccuracy, and I think that's what it was saying on the engine too, which didn't make sense because like knight e3 is a nice follow up. It felt like so.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, too high level, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, I have some thoughts here, but Rachel, what are some of your initial impressions on this position?
Hmm. I mean, it looks pretty standard. It looks like stuff that we've all similar positions that we've all gotten before, it feels like.
Okay.
It doesn't look like, looks pretty tame and playable, I guess. Um, I'm wondering, hmm. Yeah, I need to take a sec to look at it for a bit. You have like queen trade question mark. You have like, do we trade knights? Do we trade
Hmm.
queens? In the question and like, how's that position good or bad? Or if the black knight takes on f3, like which piece are you taking back with? How are you finishing development with the knight on d4 unless you do something with it, or like are you trying to kick it with c3? I don't know. These are all questions I'm asking and don't know the answers to yet.
Well, Keimer doesn't either. Um, I do feel like white is definitely better because his development is better and this guy hasn't figured out its life yet. He also, I think, is a little bit better because we have a couple pawn structure things that are to our advantage. Like one, we can prevent e5 entirely now with e5 ourselves, and this would look at the b7 pawn. So I feel confident that e5 that is an advantage for white. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best move. I also feel confident this is an advantage for white because we're up in development. But you'd have to. He's also like looking at this position, and the bummer there is if we had a knight, then we could pop it into d5 and it would be great. But now we don't. So the pawn structure advantage might not be that big of a thing, and this bishop is going to land here. And then you ask yourself, well, what am I doing? So that's the other question he's trying to figure out. Another one he's trying to figure out is like, if we take, and let's say they trade queens like you suggested, how do we feel about this position? So he's got a lot of different nice positions to look at, you know? And a lot of times that's just difficult because you're like, oh, these all look good. But one of them is going to be better. Actually, another one we could mention. So this is our position. We could talk about
exchanging knights and pushing e5.
Yeah, we could talk about bishop f4 too, maybe, just to say, oh, I want to prevent e5 and develop my piece. Also possible for him.
Also, we did get a raid from Kingslayer Sloan.
Thank you, Kingslayer Sloan. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mamuxia mentions knight takes. Now he could take with the pawn or the queen, but in either case, you know, we push e5 like that. Yeah, I definitely think that's one of the options. Now, in all these positions, we'll say black is worse, but they're hoping to be maybe having a position that's not too terrible because eventually they're going to whack my pawn on c2, right? But it's very concrete, of course, and like bishop d7, maybe we don't even take the pawn and first like go here, whack, and then we'll whack him with the tempo here too. Lots of whacking going on. Lots of whacking. Okay, knight d2 played, not expected by me. 33-minute think. Knight d2. I think I understand this. I would have not. This is actually, let's just say something about chump GMs. There's a lot of moves that they don't even consider that like super GMs will play, but after they're played, I could kind of reverse engineer it. So I think
c3.
Well, okay, here's the way I would put it. Remember how we got this position? And something I said about that position was, oh, if we had a knight, we'd be able to mess with them by putting it into d5.
Right.
And the bummer is his knight can't go to d4. So if you think about knight d2, what's cool about it is e5 is the most natural plan for black, right, to get his bishop out. But now we're going to play with this better pawn structure. Let's just put it on c6 for half a second. Play knight c4. And now we have a very clear plan of knight e3 to d5. And we're saying we're better. Because if you don't take the knight, then it's just in ya. And if you do take the knight, I expand the scope of the bishop and get a nice pawn structure. Real Klein says knight d2 is the first novelty in the Lichess online database. Thank you for that.
It's really nice, yeah.
Now, I want to say this. Was it nice enough to spend 33 minutes on? No, it was not. It was not nice enough. So all those other moves were also good for white. And you spent 33 important minutes, and I'm ready to make another dojo prediction here. This game is going to be decided in time pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, the pressure of the last two rounds makes you kind of like a little bit more indecisive or a little bit less
Mm.
confident, or not less confident, but just like, checking a little bit more just to be sure. Um, yeah, I don't know.
It is a very big decision. Black, of course, like you could say to yourself, okay, Jesse, I understand what you're saying about e5 in that structure. But black, of course, doesn't have to play e5. They could think about b6, b5, all these other moves too. Now, in all those cases, I assume we're still going to play c3, but yeah, it's not
Okay,
necessarily
just
done
just for
deal.
like a or never mind.
What's
Yeah,
that?
never mind. No, no, I thought of something, but it's like totally, yeah, nothing. Never mind. I guess knight c4. Because I'm like, maybe there's some kind of like b5 something and then if the knight doesn't come to c4, like where are you putting it kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there's time for that
Well, let's look. Let's
after
look.
c3.
Let's go b5.
Well, I think
I
c3 and then you play e5
Okay, but let's go c3, and I'll put my knight here.
and then e5.
If e5, queen c7.
Okay, maybe it's not so bad.
I think also in terms of pawn structure, a controversy with b5 is how, I guess you'd have to have an idea on a4,
Right.
right? And so maybe it is b4, but there's a lot of weaknesses happening. But you could make a story that says, well, now I'll put the bishop on a6. That could be a story that you could tell yourself. And the bishop is taking away the knight's hops. And of course, the idea of, I'm sure your intuition with b5, right, was to take away the knight's hops.
Yeah. Because if it's trying to go to d5, um, you have to kind of justify knight d2 now being like the knight clearly doesn't want to be there long term. So,
And I think this is probably one of the variations that Keimer really was spending time looking at. Another idea for white is to say, okay, I don't want to see knight c6 right away. So I'm going to play e5 first. Let's claim that rook b8's forced. And now, does c3 trap the knight? Well, it doesn't trap the knight, but it makes him go to this terrible square.
yeah.
So a story you could tell yourself here is, well, at the bare minimum, that's knight's nasty, and I could just continue naturally with knight e4. If queen c7, bishop f4, and we say, I'm better because the knight is nasty on f5.
Yeah. Has
But
nowhere to, yeah.
I think it's a valuable question, though, because, think about it. Whenever you do a backwards move like knight d2, which is basically going to commit you to losing time, that's when your opponent is going to get all kinds of interesting opportunities to try to prevent you from reorganizing your pieces.
Yeah.
We could also talk about b6, but notice on b6, I think it's similar. In any case, after rook b8, c3, it would be similar in the sense that the knight again has to go to a nasty square.
This bishop on g2 is really nice. Yeah.
Maybe, though, maybe on e5, black could get frisky and play bishop a6.
Mm.
That might be one of the things white needed to calculate here. So let me just explain a little bit. So if we play c3 first, knight c6, e5, queen c7. This might be good for white, by the way. This might be fine. But now there's other questions happening. And I didn't have to play rook b8. And I can dream about playing bishop a6 kind of no matter what. Game goes on, though. Like rook e1. Let's just put it on a6 for half a second. Well, there's some real spice. There's obvious questions to the e5 pawn. Yeah, but the questions continue, though. What's happening? I'm not sure, Rachel. I'm not sure. Lots of things happening here. So there's knight d2. Yeah, if you want to play it, I mean, let's call it a maximalist move. So maximalist being like you are like all those other chump moves that I was doing. We're going for this like small advantage. Don't have to calculate too much. Knight d2, you're swinging for the fences, and you need to make sure that all like it's more of a high risk move when you play it.
Yeah. So what are some of the candidates for blue bomb other so there's b6 and b5 and then like what do you think he's gonna
Yeah, let's say the main candidates are b6, e5, b5. Your b5 is definitely a thought, and even the totally weird knight c6 might not be dumb because you could say to yourself, well, I don't want to. I want to play b6, and I don't want to get hit with that e5 stuff. And White's gonna play c3 someday anyway. So maybe I just go back pronto, and if c3, then I can play b6 if I want that variation.
yeah.
He's also, I'm sure, thinking about e5 and saying, well, how bad is it? To my head, it looks bad only in the sense that at least here, White has a position that is very easy to understand, right?
Yeah.
Because of the knight e3, d5 stuff. But how bad is it? That's another question. That's another
Yeah.
question. The old timers like me say, oh, that's bad. But you turn on the computer now and you never know that. Like with that Mishra position yesterday, I thought that was toast, and the computer's like, no, it's totally equal. Totally equal, no problem. Yeah.
Well, at least Hans can like be at peace looking at the edge because he probably thought I was winning too, and then he could be at peace looking at the engine afterwards and be like, okay, I didn't miss something here.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, so we got this game. Oh my gosh. Things have
I have
not happened. We're still on queen
I
e4.
I have one more question actually about this position before we keep
Sure?
going.
Mm-hmm.
So if black does play e5,
Yeah.
where is the future of the light square bishop, or like where do you think the bishop is going?
Good point. Right. So the way I think about this bishop on g2 is I like to think of him as a helicopter parent. Because
Okay.
helicopter parents, all their dreams are basically done. They don't have anything going on in their lives anymore, but they can live through the dreams of their children. And the way this would work is if we get a knight to d5, right? Then all of a sudden I'm living through the dreams of my knight. See,
Mm.
because if my knight is, I'm playing the support role. I'm over there at the soccer field, yelling at him. It's like go, 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 you know. So my life is just then contingent upon the life of my child there on d5.
I love that analogy.
I was after yesterday's stream. God, that was just yesterday. I went to a kid's soccer thing with my son. B6 played, and the Americans don't really care about soccer, but there was this guy with this English accent there. He had his kid, and oh, dude, he was yelling, and like I don't know all the names of the other kids on the team. He knew them all, and he was like all in, dude, all in, on top of his son, and just like yelling at him, blah blah blah. So his son, dude, in the middle of it, comes up and gives him the middle finger in front of everybody. And maybe
Oh
this
my God.
maybe this knight will give the bishop on g2 the middle finger too. Be like, "Yo, what are you doing to me, buddy? What are you doing?"
That's insane. What attitude? Oh my gosh.
And then later, the same kid is like, "I can't do nothing because my team's garbage."
Oh my God. That is
That's
insane.
what maybe the knight could say. I'd say too. I'm trying to work here, people, but this team is garbage. This team's garbage.
Wow,
Okay.
that is so much attitude. Oh my God. I don't know what I like. I've never talked to my like back to my parents in public. That's like, I don't
Right? Yeah.
know. Yeah. Wow. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so With b6, I think one of the key questions I had is going to come up here. So if e5, then bishop a6. I'm pretty sure that's his intention. We don't want to
Okay.
lose time. And we're just going to say, for sure I'm doing okay here as black. No problemito in casito. You got to go back with your bishop somewhere sad, and then I go back, and then you have not evicted my knight. My knight's coming in to stay. He's not moving ever after he comes to e2. So black isn't worried about that one. And I think we mentioned c3, knight c6, and I believe we mentioned e5 here. And this could be maybe more to the point, but still pretty hectic. And I'm sure that Keimer had to spend some time on this to feel good about it. So, right, just as an example, like knight c4, bishop a6, the knight might be giving the middle finger to the rest of the team, being like, my team's garbage. My team's garbage here. What have you done to me? It's not my fault. It's the team's fault.
Oh, I'm gonna keep that analogy with me. Next time I have a similar structure, I feel like it's the helicopter parent on G2.
Yeah. I do feel like after b6, let's see, so far I don't see anything better than c3, knight c6. Now, old-time GMs might also play a simplistic move like queen e2. And here we could just say, you know what? I've got control of this bad boy. I'm a little bit better. Let's say queen c7. I could even play a4 here if I want. Just building the position in a really tedious and boring way. It's not that impressive, though. He wants more than that. So c3, knight c6. By the way, we should say this whole thing that black is doing is aimed against the helicopter parent idea, right? So I'm going to try to develop my bishop without playing e5 and giving you this square. So I still think e5 is the most violent and interesting of the options. Queen c7. Oh, we could also just kick it and play rook e1. Let's say bishop a6 still. You could think about bishop e7. And then I had mentioned queen a4 here, and that might be a little annoying, honestly, right? So maybe that is more to our liking, as we play rook e1, and then if bishop b7, here's where we might play knight c4. And if they give us a whack to the queen, our queen was interested in coming here, threatening bishop h6. But the big question, I guess, would be, well, what if they whack our knight, though, buddy? And we'd like to play here, but it's not a done deal here because of rook a d8.
And then also the e5 pawn is...
Yeah, e5 pawns. We got problems. Yeah.
Is like f4 something coming with e5, or is that weakening?
We wouldn't want to do it if we could avoid it. And the main reason is because we would then be killing our bishop's dreams. Yeah, if we played f4, this bishop would be like, I can't do anything because my team is garbage.
Yeah, fair enough.
We got a comment about Ding Gukesh game where Ding played 91 in response to 94. Yeah, it's a common idea. It's a common idea. It's just very highfalutin, with this 92. And as was pointed out, it's the only game in the database to do it. All right, b6. It says that b6 was played quickly. Maybe if I refresh this page, it might change its mind. Sometimes. Oh, yeah, changes its mind. 9 minutes was spent on b6. So, did I mention this game was going to go to time pressure? Oh, I did. Okay, so I think e5 is going to be the move. Do we finally have a move? Bishop b7. Okay. So Jesse thought this was not playable. And so I'm missing something. What's going to happen on c4? I'm missing something obvious. Bishop b7. Rachel, what am I missing here? What?
For some reason, the Zoom is fine, but right now the stream is just loading, so I can't even see the exact. So give me a
Oh,
second.
okay. I
It
think
might be my Wi-Fi.
I figured it out, dude. Bishop b7 might be a super exclam. All right, here's my idea. Knight c3, queen b7, rook b8, queen a6, rook a8, and your queen no puedo get out. Oh, baby! Lightweight! Lightweight!
Wow,
Oh, wow,
very
dude.
pretty. Wow.
So again, a bishop b7 is an example of a move where a chump GM can reverse engineer it, but it would never, I repeat,
Wow.
never cross chump GM's mind why to play bishop b7. I was like rook b8 or rook a7 forced. Oh, and that's a hell of a drug. So obviously, if we can play bishop b7, we'd like to. I
Right.
think this means that queen e4 was a mistake. Because
You think we're gonna?
the entire point of queen e4 was to get the party started with
Right.
c4 or something to gain a tempo. Now it looks like we've not only lost the tempo of queen e4, but later we're going to lose another one because our queen's going to get whacked. And now we have a very interesting question. You're in this position in the tournament. It looks like your game might be going bad. Do you force a draw? Do you force a draw? Farouj is not the kind of guy who likes to force a draw. Let me point out one
And wait,
other.
sorry, how exactly do you force the draw here?
So you go c4,
See. Oh,
forces
C4, knight
knight
C3.
c3, right?
Yeah.
So the knight is now a genius. This is an important square to cover. This one's an important square. And as we'll see, this little check, I think, is important too. So
Right.
imagine check to the queen, takes. Check to the queen. Look, he can't go back. Knight on c3 is a genius. Queen b7,
Right. He has to go queen
rook b8.
b7.
Now, if we could, it would be cool to play queen takes b8 and then take the knight. However, black says, no, buddy, sorry, I'm out of here. Now, one of the things I just realized that he is going to start calculating here, though, in this position is, could I do this? Bishop d2, claiming that the knight is going to be caught. No, I don't think that's true because bishop c5 and the knight's going to get out. Whoo! So, and of course, the out for the knight in this position is I'm going to threaten to, I'll take the bishop if you don't do something with it. So here we are, bishop b7, double exclam, 32 minutes to think. Now, sometimes you think for 32 minutes and it ain't no good, but
Yeah.
I think bishop b7 is a double exclam move. And the main thing about it is like, the computer will find it instantly, but just for the human mind to even consider it is the hard part. I will say this, is that Chump GM has found some moves like bishop b7 in his career. And the way to do it is to just tell yourself again and again and again, you'd be like, wait, bishop b7 is the move I want to play. Is there some way that I can make that thing work? Now, one of the interesting things about, let's call it a game of chicken here, is Anish doesn't want to draw either. Now, that doesn't mean it wouldn't be a fine result in a normal tournament for him to draw against Farouj. It would. But just given the tournament circumstances, he wants to win. So, as black, what are you going to do? But I think what he's banking on is that Farouj would rather get a poor position now as white than take that draw.
Yeah. I mean, is the draw worse for Anish or for Ali Reza?
They're
That's the
worse for
question.
both.
Yeah.
They both don't want to draw. It means that in that crowd of people at 6, it just starts licking their lips. They're like, oh, thank you so much. And it would happen early in the round too, right? It would happen early in
Right.
the round. They'd be like, oh, I know what's going on now. I feel My my wings are fluttering. You know, you got guys like Arjun back there, you know, dreaming about it. Abdu, dreaming. Nihal, dreaming. MVL even, way at the back of the pack. He's like, Vive la France! You know, he's going. You got all the French speakers, when they see this draw, they're going to be losing their minds.
That's so funny. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I don't think Rouge is gonna play C4. I think
okay,
he's
so
gonna
let's
give us
ask
a
this
show.
though. What are we going to do if we don't play c4? Because it looks to me like this is such a massive gain of tempo that we will be worse if we do not play c4.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
queen on E4 now like does not want to be there anymore.
no, no. She clearly did not think about that c4 knight c3 thing. Now, let me just tell you, if I was in his shoes, I would take the draw because my game is looking really terrible now. I feel, right? Like,
He
because,
probably missed bishop E7 for sure.
oh yeah, he missed bishop e7, clearly, clearly.
I will be back in like 30 seconds. Just
Sure.
1 sec. Yeah.
Show me the speed says he's not going to take a draw. Now, let me just say this. If you lose the game, you're totally done. Okay? If you draw the game, you're not out by any means. You're not out by any means. So that's the gamble you're going to take. If I was if I was white here and I don't play c4, I think it's very reasonable to say that there is just pain and suffering on my horizon, though. Like, there will be pain and suffering. I just can't emphasize how powerful. It's the one trump in the black position, and it's there to stay. It's very angry. It's a very angry bishop.
Not a helicopter parent.
No, no, definitely
Savannah.
not. Definitely not. That thing is angry. That's a
The
very
badass
angry thing.
parent who's doing things in their life. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. That poor queen. Yeah. I'm gonna look at the live cam. I'm curious to see like what
Oh, sure. Yeah, I want to look at
Farouja's
it too.
reaction was.
I just had an idea
Um,
for Faruja, maybe, though. I just had an
okay.
idea. He's picking his nose. That's not a good sign. He's got a really deep booger in there, you know? I think,
Really?
yeah. Some boogers, go all the way up into the brain. And so if you pull on them, maybe this is a question for a cognitive scientist like
Oh
yourself.
my God, no.
If you pull the booger that's really deep in there, can you activate the brain by pulling it, by getting it from way deep in? Anyways, Farouja's contemplating life. Here's my idea for Farouja, by the way, that maybe it's not as simple for Anish as Anish thought. Let's go c4, knight c3, and what if we just say what with queen d3? This is maybe a way to keep the game going. Now, the drama doesn't end there. The knight, I feel, would now go to knight a4 and is going to get another tempo with knight c5. But with this position, I don't feel like I'm 100% toast, right? So I can play, this is an example, b3, knight c5, let's say queen e3. I can put my bishop here. My knight I can reroute someday. I'm going to put a rook on d1. I'm not done. I'm not done. So that's another way of playing it. Very hard position to evaluate, but that's my guess here is queen d3 and knight a4. And I would guess that if you turn the engine on, the engine will like black. The engine, by the way, almost always likes the bishops, especially when it's a bad boy like this. But
Yeah.
this position, you could still work it a little bit. You still have to figure out your knight, of course. But you will have the d file later. And if he ever frisks you on either of these moves, you can, the bishop will be activated. Okay, so that would be just, I would say, mildly better for black. If you don't play If you play something else, let's put a rook on e1. It's hard to know what white should do. And let's say queen c7. Then I think it's a world of pain. This rook's coming to c8. This knight is always ready for his discoveries. And what are you going to do? You're going to give me another tempo with queen g4? Yeah. So one way to think about also just how depressing it is if we come to this position and we say white's a little bit better. That was my take on it. I believe Ferrugia probably believed that too. That here he had so many different options instead of queen e4, where, it's still going to be the case that the bishop is the trump of the black position. But now it's like you're activating it for free if you don't play c4.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd take the draw. I mean, and I I fully appreciate the situation that he's in, that he doesn't want to draw, but it's too terrible of a position for you to not take the draw. I mean, if you're worse, it's not a must win. It's not a must win, right?
Right. I'm gonna do a little sneak peek actually and just look at the live results and see with 15 minutes ahead.
Okay.
Um, I can't see the position, but if they drew, it's probably we'll see. Okay, could we show relaxed Robbie real quick how C4 kind of forces a draw or you're in a
Sure,
worse
sure.
position?
So we go c4, knight c3, snip, rook b8. So let's just highlight all the knight squares because they're amazing. So there's only square for the queen. If you go to a7, it's still rook a8. And here, it's amazing that the knight covers the square. Anytime you take it, by the way, we have the intermezzo, boom, 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 knight e2. And you do not get to, if you could get two pieces and a rook for the queen, then that would be something, but it looks like you're not. So queen b7, rook b8, and then we're just going to repeat.
That's so nice. Finding knight C3, like knowing that it covers B5 is so nice.
Yeah, it's really nice, really nice.
Yeah.
So many squares. And right, yeah, again, we'll just repeat. Clearly, Ferrugia missed this X-slam move here, bishop b7. Yeah, he's not happy. He's doing a whole thing, and he's thinking he's knocking his head a little bit. He's like, that booger activation didn't help, you know?
Yeah. Robbie, the thing is like, neither of them want to draw, but either he plays C4, I guess there's still another way out, but like he goes into that line or he has to play something a bit worse.
Yeah.
So I wonder. Yeah.
By the way, in our other game, I was a GM today because this is the position that we're getting. So we'll go back a second. I said E5, and then I said that was his idea. I'm a GM today. Rook E1, I'm a GM today. Rook C8, C3, Knight C6, Queen A4 pretty much transposes to the other stuff where black is going to need to play Bishop B7, I think, here. I felt that 13 Queen C7, or rather, Rook E1. Yeah, Rook C8. Yeah. So this is C3, Knight C6, Queen A4. I think we're going to see Bishop B7 now. That's a little bit better for white. It's a little bit better. Now, was it worth all the 33 minutes on Knight D2? I don't know. I don't know.
Also, hi, Kostya.
Oh, whoa.
Sorry, we have just completely ignored you
No, it's
in
good.
since
It's
you
good.
played.
I like to just catch up when What's going on?
Rachel, you
Oh,
brief him, and I'm going to set up the other the other
yeah,
layout.
cool. I mean, we've been looking at Ali Reza and Giri's game, and I think you heard the last few minutes, but basically, like, I think when I first came in, Jesse was contemplating like Rook A7 versus Rook B8, and we didn't think that Giri could play Bishop B7 after C4. Or play like a slightly worse position with the free um, tempo.
Oh, sorry. I can fix that. Why are you muted? Oh, I know how to fix it. Boom. Okay, say something now.
Hello.
Knight c3 on the board.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
So great. Let's get into it. And so Kostya, I felt that this was the critical moment. That Queen B7 is a draw, and my sense is that even though it hurts both of their situaciones to get a draw, that he should do it. But let me ask you, the other option I feel is Queen D3. Maybe maybe even Queen E3 might be better. But anyways, let's put Queen D3 on the board for a second, and then Knight A4. And so let's get your gut take on this position. My sense is that black is better because of the beast, and that the knight is poor. But the question is, first, do you agree? And also then, how much better? Because do you take the draw? Because here's this big moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that position looks nice for black, like queen d3, knight a4. It's like Taimonov,
Uh-huh.
but white's knight is on a3,
Yeah.
which is like horrible. This knight should be on c3, threatening to go to like e4 and d6, and without that, I would like even there sometimes black is okay, but yeah, I would think it's like great for black. I mean, so you guys maybe talk about this knight a3 move is like really weird, right, in the opening?
Uh-huh.
Because I'm sure that's theory, and I'm sure they would normally go knight c3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So that may be a question for Geary, like how well he knew it. I can't really see how much time he spent on knight f6.
Not that much. I felt actually, by the way, Kostya, that after knight A3, and we looked in the database, it was like hundreds of games with knight C3 and just two with knight A3. Like Kavutskiy played it once in a title Tuesday, you know. Um, but from White's perspective, I was happy to see knight f6 because this gave me a situation where I feel like I understood a little bit more what was going on with the knight. Because e5, knight d5, d4, cd, queen d4, I thought this position was promising for White because the knight has dreams of knight c4, knight d6. Yeah, there's just a lot more juice going on. And here I felt b6, that White's position was fine. I liked White's position here. So maybe I thought knight c4 was a very dynamic move. And I feel pretty good about is that, first of all, I did not consider queen e4, but when I was looking at it before I saw bishop b7, I didn't see it. Geary played it. I was thinking that maybe White had a little something something here, but bishop b7 is a double exclam move. Clearly, he missed it. Double exclam.
Wait, what did we? Did you guys look at sacking the queen with queen b7? Sorry, I don't know if it worked.
Yeah, we looked, and I can tell you what's wrong. The knight, of course, is a genius, and
Right.
bang. So we go bang, and let's so just harvest the pawn for White first, and then knight e2 check to the miserable king. Oh no,
King h1,
queen b8.
and then like bishop e3.
All right, let's try bishop e3. I can get out via c3 if I want.
Right.
I could do it either immediately or I could take and then go up to c3. I also looked, Kostya, at bishop d2 to try to hold that square, but then bishop c5 and he gets out on d4.
Oh, okay, so you guys looked at all this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. All right. All right, I trust you then. Um, that's where my mind went. Like if I have to continue this game, maybe I can.
Right. Yeah. We did. Yeah, for sure. I did too. I mean, the other thing I came up here was this queen d3. You could also do something mildly similar with queen e3 here. But okay, question. Let me do the question again to you, Kostya. Now you have a sense of the feel of the position. If you were White in the circumstance where clearly a draw is not the greatest for you, but you're going to be worse if you play on with queen d3. Do you play on?
Yeah, I just feel like it's like much worse after queen d3, so
Right.
I'd probably take the draw.
Yeah, I agree.
But I'm not a winner like Ferrugia, you know? I'm a blue bomb kind of guy, I gotta say. I'm closer to blue bomb than to
Well, Blue
Ferrugia.
Baum's leading the tournament, dude. He's leading the tournament.
There's nothing wrong with being a blue bomb. You know, it's important to
Yeah.
be honest with yourself, right? Some people
Yeah.
are blue bombs, some people are Ferrugias. I'm a blue bomb. Two kinds of people in this world.
Yeah, he's tanking on it. And
Yeah,
the
he doesn't want the draw.
no, he doesn't want it. But the longer you tank, the more you're probably just going to take on b7.
Right. And I think it's perfect play from Geary. He's made his move. He's offered, the draw, so to speak, and he's away from the board. Just let Ferrugia
Yeah.
decide his
Let
fate.
Levon come over and look. Let Parham come over and look. You know?
Yeah.
And Parham's giving him the eye of like, oh, buddy, you blew it, huh?
Yeah, are you gonna be a chicken or are you gonna play?
I think you definitely need to be a chicken here. Pruess would be upset, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think David's maturing, he might even take the draw versus a worse position. Yeah, Ferrugia in agony.
In agony, dude. In agony. Of course, if this is a draw, it'll really. Oh, Queen B7. Let's just call that, to me, that's just the draw offer right there. So I'm going to
Wow.
watch him as he plays Queen B7 here. He's like, screw it. I'm going in. Yep. Grishuk walked by and said, yep, sorry, it's not so easy.
Grischuk. Now Grischuk, I think, is the best interview in chess.
There you go. Take. You need to talk to
I'll
Grishuk
have to
about
get
this
him. Yeah.
situation.
He's like Anish. You can give him any question, he'll turn it into gold.
All right, so this is what I recommend. Let's turn Keimer Bluebaum into our main game, and we're going to look at our current situation. My sensei eval here, Kostya, is that White's a little bit better. He plays Queen G4, the most aggressive setup. And yeah, I think White's better. What do you think, Kostya?
Yeah, small edge for White. I definitely take White. Um, Very important game for Keimer.
Let's
And
go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and say this is truly nasty for Black. Oh, I don't want to say lost or anything, but I do want to say nasty. Yeah, because your knight is terrible. Your bishop is obviously pinned. White has simple play on the king side. The most obvious being knight f3 and h4. Knight f3 will gain us a tempo because you got to figure out bishop h6. h4 is going to follow up. It's just real easy play for White.
no, definitely.
And Black is going to, because, Blue Baum is Blue Baum, he's going to start thinking about ways to try to do a Tausch Machina, maybe Queen d3 to g6. And then that's calculation heavy, because on Queen d3, you got to figure out Bishop e4, and then you're dreaming about knight e5, and you go like, does that work? And I'll just say, I don't know. I don't know, maybe it does. But there's, on Queen d3, we don't have to play Bishop e4. And even if we allow Queen g6, it's not clear it's a really happy creature on g6. Might not be a happy creature. Let's just say knight f3, Queen g6, Queen f4. It's not the happiest thing alive.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give some. Oh, sorry. Never mind.
Give us
I'm not.
something.
Yeah. No. Because I was confused because on the live results it did say that Anish and Ferrugia drew.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, oh, maybe they didn't draw, but they did draw. So
Yeah. I'm watching
yeah.
them
Right.
finalize
Yeah, they
it
were
here.
just both away from the board. That's why there was a bit of a delay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
Okay.
better go down and catch them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Anish gave me an interview yesterday, and Ferrugia told me he didn't want to give one until the end of the tournament. So,
Okay.
probably no need to even, yeah.
Dang. I mean, it's a nice result for Gary.
Um, you could ask him about finding bishop b7. I think another curious thing about bishop b7 though is let's actually here's an interesting question. Like you could ask him, if you don't find bishop b7, do you think you're worse? And the interesting thing there is like bishop b7 is a great move. It's objectively obviously the best move. However, it does kind of force your opponent to make a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And you also don't want to draw. It's a great result to draw against Firouzja's black and everything, but just in the tournament situation. Like you could ask, when you played bishop b7, a beautiful move, did you say to yourself, wait a second, I'm forcing a draw here? Yeah, that could be a question. All right, so that's a draw. And
Yeah, I wonder how upset Faroujah is by it.
so just to help you think about it, because this and us about, let's say Anisha's position in Firouzja is all those people from 5 to 11, so Mishra, Arjun, Neiman, Abdu, Sarin, Yu Yang Yi, MVL, they're all so happy that that draw was made.
Yeah.
And they're going to be in the same point group as Anish. Whoever wins amongst them is going to be in the same point group as Anish and Firouzja. And if we just imagine Keimer beats Bluebaum, then it's, oh my God, then tie breaks are really a thing, right? Because then there'll be more than one person sharing that spot, most likely. And
Yeah.
I think Anisha's tie breaks are terrible, but who knows? Who knows who's going to win in that lower group and what their tie breaks will look like?
Yeah, that final round's going to be crazy. But
Yeah,
this is
so
an
many.
amazing chance for Vincent.
Yeah, absolutely. If you were a computer, Kostya, after Queen G4, what number would you give it for white?
I would expect like 0.5 for
Okay.
white, 0.6.
Okay, I would say a full +1. Maybe point 0.8, 0.9. Higher than 0.5, I guess I would go. Just because it's so nasty for black.
Dang, what a turn. I went to bed late last night, but I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, Grand Swiss. I got it.
That's
Well,
It's
dude,
such
we
a
we heard that
important round.
congratulations are in order. That's what we
Oh,
heard.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if you don't know what we're talking about, Kostya made 2,800 blitz last night. Give us a blow by blow. Did you farm somebody? How did it go down?
It started off as a bad day. I went down like 60 points to like 2,700 and then I started gaining some points and then I did farm some people.
Uh-huh.
Like I yeah, started beating this one guy and then I went 4-1 against Alex Ostrovsky, who is really good at blitz. Like in fact, me and Alex played blitz like several years ago and I remember him just crushing me every game. And then I won like 4-1 or something. So that was like, huh, big difference.
Yeah.
Big difference in my playability, I feel.
Cool. Uh-huh.
But yeah, 2,800 quests complete. Then afterwards, I was like, my bullet was 2,630. I was like, hey, I want to get 2,700 bullet. Nail that. Just like beat someone 9-1 in bullet. Got up to
Wow. Okay.
2,700. And yeah, so I don't know. Only classical is left now for me. I've achieved all the
2,800.
rings.
Before I go, could we take a quick look at Mishra's game with NBL?
We could, but we're gonna have to studiously avoid them for the most part. So wait a second. Let me go here, because we could just get totally tied up in those games. Of course, they're all interesting, but oh my gosh. Okay, we are
Okay,
looking.
we don't have to. Yeah,
No,
so-
we can look. Oh my God, what is happening? So, an obvious thing to say is that Mishra, everybody knows what MVL's going to do, except normally MVL plays the Najdorf, and here he went for this Taimanov situation.
Oh, 4 knight Sicilian.
Yeah. Well, we got this. I don't know. What's the name of this bad boy with E5, knight D5 Kostya? It must have, I know it has some kind of name.
E5 knight D. I don't know if it has a name, but basically it's the super theoretical or critical test of this of the 4 knights.
Yeah.
And a lot of these yeah, a lot of these lines get extremely chaotic.
As this one did. Oh my God.
So kind of perfect line for MVL actually.
King F2, man. I don't. I've never. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love this line for white because it's like by far the computer's top choice, but you got to play like King E2, King F2, and like find all these weird moves. So it's rough.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Current
clearly,
position though, I mean, is weird, huh?
whose position?
Current position, like
Yeah.
Mishra.
Yeah. I don't know how to evaluate this. I just intuitively, it looks like black's better, but I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, the king doesn't look the safe. Like, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea what to even say about this.
Yeah.
It's like, does the king really want to be on F2 right now?
Well, not only that, but like King has a hard time figuring its life out because Bishop C5's coming, and if you didn't know about the pawn situation, you might think about trading queens, but then you remember, oh no, I'm down a pawn. So
I
I
don't know
don't.
if black even wants to play Bishop C5 because then you'll get hit with Rook B1 at some point.
Well, could be. I mean, that's one of the things White's trying to figure out. But I'm just looking at it. I'm like, why is White's king worse than Black's king? That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, I gotta get out of here.
Okay.
But I will, yeah, try my best to interview some new people. I'm gonna try to get Vincent if I can,
Mm,
especially if he wins. But
nice.
yeah, sometimes they take him to like a FIDE. Um, they call it the studio, and I think that it's like a live, like they use the Lichess board, and then they have them like do the touchscreen. I don't know if you've seen those videos, or live sessions. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then they leave the other through the other door, so I don't even get a chance to interview them. So I hope that doesn't happen for Vincent, but we'll see. But if he loses, then obviously he won't want to interview. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Alrighty.
thank you
Thanks, Rachel.
guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm so excited for tomorrow after
Yeah.
that draw,
Tomorrow's gonna be
especially.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah. All
See
right.
ya.
See ya.
All right, Kosi, we got to move B5, and what I'm gonna do is you're gonna tell us about B5, and I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna do the famous cam switch.
Oh, B5. Okay. Well, logical, right? Covers knight C4, which is where the knight wanted to go. Because on knight E4, black always can take the E5 pawn. But okay, knight can still drive to F3, H4, like you said, the King's Indian attack style, and still feels quite pleasant. I think the main thing here is truly going to be about nerves for Vincent and Blue Bomb because they must know each other. They must have played a bunch of games. Maybe Blue Bomb used to beat Vincent like early on when Vincent was younger. Vincent probably wins now in the German championship. So they must know each other really well. And it's like, obviously Vincent is the stronger player, the younger player, probably the faster player, the sharper player, right? But he still has to kind of hold it together, and he can't assume he's gonna win. Like it's similar to like when Gukesh played Divya. Gukesh is much stronger, but like they know each other. There's all this tension. Of course, Gukesh not having good events, so it's like these things change the numbers on paper. So if Vincent can hold it together, I think he wins this.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm to me B5 is a cry for help. You know, that's a cry for help right there. What are you doing, buddy? You giving White me a full tempo to start my business.
I think he was just so, I guess, concerned about knight c4, knight d6 stuff.
I don't know. I mean, that doesn't even seem like the most terrible thing that's going to happen to you. Knight c4, knight d6.
Like queen c7 would have been the other move, right? And then
Yeah,
knight
I
c4
don't.
maybe.
Or knight f3. There's nothing wrong with knight f3.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying maybe he was afraid of knight c4.
So yeah, if I was white, the two candidate moves here, which probably are both good, is h4 and knight f3.
Hmm. Okay, let me find
And
Vincent
also, let's
again.
just go ahead and throw it in there: is that a4 is not dumb now either. If you want to give me the a file, the a file though it looks nice, but it might not actually do anything.
Hmm. Oh, Vincent went with the vest today again.
Yeah, dude, he's got the three-piece suit going on. Yeah.
Interesting. This always triggers me in a way, makes me think wedding.
Yeah.
Like he's
Well, wait, why is that? It's not triggering to think wedding, is it?
not triggering, but like it reminds me of like weddings.
Of
It
course. Yeah, yeah,
triggers the
yeah.
thought like, oh, is he part of the wedding party?
Yeah. The Germans don't do wedding parties in the same way, though, so maybe he doesn't understand what he just did to you, Kostya. He might not know what he's responsible for. It's a very beautiful blue he's got there. I always find
Very.
also with formal stuff at a tournament, like I get why the organizers would want you to look kind of fancy, but you're sitting there for like 4 or 5 hours, bro. It's, you want to be comfortable.
Oh, absolutely. I sometimes think about that. Like, I mostly play open tournaments, and there's like no dress code 99% of the games I play. But then like every once in a while, maybe I like want to dress up, or there's some event after, and I like want to look nice, and then it's always just a very different experience. I'm just like not used to it. Like, how do these guys do it?
One thought I have for Bluebaum is is he's saying to himself, okay, I'm going to wait for you to play knight f3, and then I'm going to play queen d3, and I'm saying bishop h6, I got queen g6. And let's just say you play h4, and then I want to play probably queen f5, and I want to trap your queen. I want to trap your queen and say, the endgame is a little worse for me, but I'm ready. I would love to escape into an endgame rather than get mated. Because getting mated is, no one likes getting mated.
And that endgame doesn't look horrible. So,
So that's my thought for Vincent. And the other thing, though, is like maybe it would help us to understand it is if we had done it here, what would
well,
happen now?
there's always bishop e4, right?
Well, okay,
Or
on
if
bishop e4, I was thinking maybe the dude could live with knight e5.
95, yeah, 95 works. Queen h5, bishop e4.
Right. And you could play bishop h7, rook e5, but then the kraken is loosed.
No,
Yeah.
that's no good.
So, anyways, maybe it'll help us understand b5 if we understand what about this position he didn't like. Because one thing I was thinking on queen d3 is maybe just knight f3, but then of course like some kind of queen f5, and not so easy.
Queen
Now
d3, maybe.
let's try your move, knight c4. I don't know if it's so special though. I don't know.
So knight c4 kind of threatens bishop e4 now.
Yeah, it's more than kind of.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But okay, let's just say I encourage you to do it. I can't go rook d1 because of queen c4. So if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it now.
Mm.
Now, there's questions here.
Yeah, knight d6.
So first of all, we should mention that oh god, 95, rook e5, queen d6. I don't have an answer.
Queen d6. Bishop f4 maybe?
All right, I'll take the coconut.
Bishop g2, rook g5.
That's not very nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not. I still don't even know what's happening. Like, he would go here.
Oh, Vincent played a4, which I didn't.
I thought about this. I
Yeah,
think it's neutral. I think it's
right.
neutral because you're saying an a6 came immediately, and you're saying, look, I'm just going to open up the a file. Always useful in some way.
Yeah, that's true. It's probably a good move.
All right, Costa, can I leave you with this for a second while I give myself a moment, Tito?
Yes.
All right, so we'll just leave it here, and Kostya's going to explain to you the niceties of this position.
Alrighty, folks. So, what's up, chat? Actually, let me find the Chess Dojo YouTube page. Open up the YouTube chat as well. See where we're at. So yeah, we're thinking this is looking nice for Vincent. He's got the a4, he's got knight f3, h4 coming. Lots of ideas. So big chance. Wait, I was distracted by something. Wow, we have 9.75 million total views on the YouTube channel, which is cool. So we're almost at 10 million total views. Total. Like lifetime. So if everyone in chat could go and watch either one video or a thousand, either one video 1,000 times or 1,000 videos one time, we'd make it to 10 million views very quickly. All right, let's check out the body cam. See the players. Okay, a4, a6 on the board. Both players very focused. Blue bomb waiting to see if he's gonna get slaughtered or survive. Knight f3 on the board. So knight f3, one of the moves we're strongly looking at for white here, just because it brings the pieces to the king side, opens up the bishop. h4 coming. I feel like I gotta. I can't hear the audio you guys hear, but I feel like I gotta cover. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's happening. Try to try to recover. Ooh, I mean Tabatabai, he's there. One face I keep seeing walking over like through and through, like Ruslan Ponomarev. He seemed like every round I see him on every camera. He's always walking around. He's a big walker, isn't he? I'm a big walker too. If it's not my move, I basically just don't even want to be at the board. So knight f3. Moves for black. So there's this queen d3. If black were to go queen d3 right now, I'm not exactly sure what white's response would be. He can go knight g5, bishop g5, h4. But on h4, there's this queen f5 thing that's like, I would agree with Jesse, kind of allows black to bail out a bit. I'm not sure if white would want that. So let's say queen d3, bishop g5, queen f5, queen h4, bishop g5, knight g5, h6. And then does white have anything special there? I don't really see it. Bishop b4, queen g5. Knight e4, maybe knight takes e5. If you go back to knight f3, then rook fd8, and I don't see black's progress. Oh, Pono's drawn every single game. Well, of course, I mean, we have to. we can't judge without looking at the games, right? This happens. You know who also drew every single game until yesterday was Volodar Murzin. You know, he had 9 straight draws. The young kid, young world rapid champion, right? But of course, we probably think he has some ambition. So it's not enough to just judge based on the results, guys. You also have to look at the games, which is one of the reasons why Geary was always unfairly treated by the chess media, is because his 14 draw candidates tournament, where he got his reputation, was full of interesting games where he was pushing for the win, failing at the last moment, saving bad positions. So of course it was, yeah, draws a normal result in chess. So you have to, and it happens at this level. Like strong grandmaster, very hard to beat strong grandmaster. Very hard to beat a strong grandmaster. So that goes both ways. If two strong grandmasters are playing, it's very hard for either of them to beat each other. And all the mistakes that we've seen in Sermon, like all the decisive games, come from someone making a, huge mistake, blunder, that kind of thing. So yeah, these decisive games at the top are few and far in between. Now I'm just curious what's going on with Hans and Prague. Um, Wait, there's a suggestion: knight f3, queen d3. So rook on d1 is unprotected. That's why it's issue here. That's the problem for white. Callum Johnson says YouTube chat in the FIDE cam stream for Geary's game is so toxic, calling Anish boring terrible. Yeah, that's the thing about the internet. It's like they learn one narrative, they learn one story, and then they just can't get a new narrative in their mind. It's like Geary makes draws, Fallujah doesn't care about chess. It's like they just come up with this narrative, and then it just perpetuates. The same thing with like Hans and like the beads, right? It's like that joke got so old so quickly, and yet if you look at chats, it's like still being permeated
Oh, you don't think it was
throughout.
true about the beats, bud?
I did not think it was true.
Oh yeah. So we had on our board, we had this knight f3 as expected,
Yeah, and I,
and
I actually wasn't sure what the response would be on Queen D3.
let's go back and look at queen d3. I have a simple response. Can't we play bishop f1 and win a coconut on b5?
Bishop F1. Wow. So that's the beauty of A4 actually.
Well, it was still hanging without uh, without
But then what
a4.
was the difference in the other lines you were looking at?
Well, I think the big question for me was, what about here on 16 queen d3?
Ah, gotcha.
Because the second you play b5, actually, you're just putting yourself in harm's way with bishop f1. Maybe we're not done yet, though. Look. So knight f3, queen d3, bishop f1. Maybe he can get fancy with queen d5. Threatening knight e5. But you know what we do? We say, oh, you can be fancy. No, I'm going to be fancy first. Bishop h6. So that looks winning.
Yeah.
So that's not going to work. Okay, so knight f3 looks very unpleasant for a peasant. Yeah, looks fantastic for white. Especially once you assure yourself that queen d3 is impossible. I mean, what is black? There's no... Queen c7 is just assuming the position, as is just about every other move there. Kostya, I wanted to tell you a story and then ask you a question.
Sure.
So, yesterday, dude, remember we were looking at Neiman Mishra?
E4 moment.
And the E4 moment, number one. Okay, let's talk about E4 number. There's two stories then. Because E4, I went before the game started on the stream today. Went and looked at the computer. And the computer was like, E4 not so special. It said it was about the same as h6, both of which it thought black was only like a point, basically negligibly better. So that was a surprise. So it had a whole line after e4 that we didn't consider. I could show it to you later if you wanted interested. So that was already one thing. I was like, oh my God, e4 wasn't that strong. Because we were certain, we were certain that e4 was the move. Now, by the way, e4 wasn't worse than h6 according to the computer, but neither was like the crushing body blow that we were kind of expecting from the position. And then later, even more impressive, this was actually the thing that blew my mind, is in the end game where Niemann's up a pawn, the computer's just like zeros the whole way through, just zeros, nothing, nothing for white. And I was like, that, I was like, a lot of times, you get a position where it's equal, but the computer will still say you're better just because you had the pawn. And this computer was just like, no, it's just dead. It's completely over.
Yeah, actually, you put me in a tough spot there, Jesse, because I took over that end game, and I was just going off of your belief that it was like totally winning, like easy win,
Yeah, yeah.
And so Chad kept asking me like, "Hey, can you show us the win?" I kept trying. No, actually, I looked like an idiot because at first I said like, "Oh, he should just play F4 and that's like simple progress." Then, when Han spent like 2 hours to play F4, I realized, clearly it's not that easy.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man, yeah. That was
But
interesting.
I thought that was still really good defense from Mishra. And even though E4 was like an equal evaluation to the other move, it still felt like he would have better chances there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the line that I think it maybe you could find it. I could show it to you later, but it was like, oh, we didn't really, because anyways, I don't want to describe it without looking at the position because otherwise people wouldn't understand what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a fun question. I was just thinking, as I'm making myself a coffee at this stage in my life. My one pleasure is to drink coffee, and I was thinking back, and I was like, oh, when I was Kostya's age, dude, if I had won the 2,800, then maybe I'd get some friends together. I'd be like, you must go out drinking with me. So then I wanted to ask you, Kostya, like, you got some friends there and stuff. Do you guys go out drinking? What is it like in terms of like a social scene?
In St. Louis, I would say we our thing has become to generally do some game nights, some board game nights. So we'll play a lot of board games. Sometimes some bug house, but mostly non-chess stuff. And yeah, it's fun. It's Eric Rosen. He's the glue, holds everyone
He's the glue.
kind of together. And yeah, a lot of it depends on when people are in town. Sometimes people are just like out of town, like me, for times. But yeah, generally it's pretty fun. We try to do some training together as well. And yeah, especially during like the events like US Championships and Phil Cup, things are always very social.
Cool. But no big time partying. We got King H8 on the board after 11 minutes.
Yeah, no huge parties. No huge parties. I think everyone is a little bit older now and less.
You guys aren't older, buddy. Come on now. Come on
But
now.
but my generation, like a lot of people have like, stopped drinking, stopped doing. A lot of the younger generation too, I think, doesn't drink at all, um, which is interesting. Probably a good change.
Okay, so King H8 on the board. Obviously defending against Bishop H6. White is, to my mind, obviously better, but a variety of moves that he could do. H4 is the most natural. But there's other things. Knight G5 might be a big deal.
I got to tell you about my story with ChatGPT yesterday.
Okay, let's hear it.
This is great. So yesterday we were talking. Someone asked if Mishra would be the youngest ever candidate if he qualified.
Uh huh.
And And I was like, I'm not sure. I think like Fisher was like 15 or something. I didn't know. So I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said it was Magnus, who's the youngest at 16 years, 11 months.
Okay.
And then I was like, well, what about Fisher? And then it was like, oh, you're right. Fisher was 15 when he played his first candidates. And then Magnus, this is what ChatGPT told me. And then Magnus broke Fisher's record at the age of 16 years. So Fisher got it at 15 years, youngest candidate ever. And then according to ChatGPT, Magnus then broke his record at the age of 16, 1 year older.
Okay, but in defense to ChatGPT, the tournament that Fisher plays in is an interzonal that's huge. It's not like the modern candidates tournament, right? It's like a much bigger field.
Yeah, but the one for Magnus that it was counting was the like Alista 2007 like knockout matches. That wasn't like a classic candidates tournament
Fair
either.
point. Fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just candidates cycle. But to me, the funniest thing, it's like it, it forgets about Fisher. Fair enough. Not
Yeah.
everyone knows about Bobby Fischer. Um, but then it's like, oh, you're right. Fisher got it when he was 15, and then Magnus broke his record at 16. It's just like, listen to yourself for one moment, please. And then it understood. And then it understood.
There's a whole debate within the dojo driven by our lead developer, Jack, because I think it's driven by his deep primal fear that AI is going to take over coding. And I think he knows it's going to happen. But for the moment, he loves to point out little situations where ChatGPT got something wrong. He's just so happy with himself. He's like,
I
"Oh,
do
look,
think,
it's
yeah.
wrong. It's wrong. Don't I tell you? These chump machines will never be nothing." Yeah.
I think there is some kind of moral thing about ChatGPT because people get really upset. Like I have friends that really don't like AI and like they'll judge you if you use it. And that's strange to me. And there's people online that's like really against any kind of like AI art or AI graphic design. And if they see something that they think was generated by AI, they just have this like disgust for it. But to me, it's like so weird. Like, like people can post a normal photo or like a thing they design themselves, and then someone will be like, "Oh, is this AI nasty?" And it's like, no, that was a real thing that someone made that you just judged for no reason, just because of your like weird qualms about AI. So I feel like there's some like I think people basically have decided that they don't want to like it. Like they've decided that it's bad for the environment or it's bad for humanity or whatever it is, and it's just like, and I'm not saying they're wrong necessarily. I'm just saying like a lot of people aren't really being objective about it.
Well, Jack has definitely lost all objectivity, dude.
Yeah. I mean, of course, with all due respect to, every professional in their field, of course, I think is going to have some distaste for AI, right? Just coming in and like saying it knows better. Um, so I get that. I get that. And
Well, as a chess player, I feel like we have a better understanding of this because, like Jack pointing out situations where it gets something wrong is a little bit similar to when chess players in like the 90s and 2000s would find positions where the machine didn't get it, in
mhm.
some position. And we'd be like, ha, this machine don't got it, don't got what it takes. And now those positions where it doesn't get it is just becoming so vanishingly small. There's still a couple where it doesn't get it, but it's very rare. We got Queen H5 on the board.
Mhm.
And I think the claim here is that still Queen D3, you're getting hosed by Bishop F1. One question I was thinking about, though, for Black is maybe you still do it anyway. So let's say we do it anyway. And we play Queen C2. And let's say you snip my pawn. And then we do this. First of all, the good news about the queen on h5 is it's protecting the knight on f3. So that's a big deal because if it wasn't protecting the knight, maybe we could do some kind of knight a7. So actually, this looks just bad for Black.
Just a pawn.
Just
Yeah.
a pawn. I mean, you'd have to try to do some fancy thing here, knock the queen off the knight, and then try knight a7. But it's really hard to believe. I'm going to go ahead and say impossible to believe. Okay, so queen h5. To my mind, as long as you don't allow queen d3, then you are fully on top. And that makes queen h5 just a very simple and great move. On the last move, for example, I was looking at knight g5, but then just h6, and it's unclear. Now, after queen h5, knight g5 is definitely a big candidate move.
No, queen h5, very nice move. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of like, the queen was here, and it's just like, I'm just looking at you, kid. And then over here, he's like, oh, I still want to look at you. I like looking at you. Just give you a little look. This is also nice to touch the pawn. It probably doesn't mean anything, but from a human perspective, I always like to touch the pawn. Another thing that French players know is that at some point, you might need to relieve the situation by playing the nasty f6, just to give yourself lateral defense. But here you can see it's going to be really difficult to do it. But that is going to be Black's dream in this position, to somehow get it off without dying immediately, because there's no play in the Black position. Black does not have counterplay. A lot of times in these positions, Black will be doing something on the queen side. But here, I just don't think he's doing anything. Yeah, this does not look good.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it feels like a position where maybe Engine might hold it, but it's like, yeah, you have to find just really you have to play queen e8 and just really precise moves.
Well, and as we discovered in our discussion of the engines would still beat us here. It still beat
absolutely.
us.
No chance.
By the way, did that? I'm looking now. Did that thing finally get uploaded? Let's look. No, we still haven't got that. Oh, dude, that's very frustrating. We have a real pipeline problem in the dojo of getting our videos out. We did that episode weeks ago, dude. Mm-hmm. Weeks. Oh, man. Okay, let it go, Kraai. Let it go. Don't get mad.
Yeah. Yeah, we're working on it.
So what games do you guys play at game night? What's the favorite?
The favorite has been Codenames.
Okay.
For some time. So I've played a lot of Codenames. And Yasser Serwan even has this little journal. Because Codenames was new for him. We had to teach him Codenames.
Uh-huh.
And he didn't want to play at first, but he would take notes. So he would take notation. He'd be like, all right, this was the clue that was given. These were the guesses. This was the correct. And he started taking score of each game to try to understand, oh, this clue was given for the and now he plays with us. But now we've got a whole collection of old games, We've got some established theory.
Wow. Theory, huh? That's cool.
Yeah.
I have no knowledge of code names, but that could be something. Is that something kids could play, or is it too hard?
Oh, kids could definitely play.
Yeah, okay, I can check that out.
Yeah. It's a Czech game, I think. Originally.
And when he says Czech, he doesn't mean Czech to the Miserable King.
And we play some bit of Avalon as well, which is like a mafia game.
Uh-huh. Yeah, those mafia games are fun.
Yeah.
Well, friends, I predicted this before Kostya came on the stream. I said this game is going to go to time pressure. And yes, we're going to time pressure. There's no doubt.
Ooh, Hearts of Fire says Codenames becomes broken if you come up with a system to use words to represent positions on the board. But that's cheating. That's just against the rules. Because in Codenames, you're supposed to give clues that relate to the meaning of the word. And if you do anything else, then you're basically breaking the rules.
One thing I've discovered, Kostya, maybe I would want to ask other chess players about this, but I am very resistant to learning new games. I feel like obviously chess, like David and the GM House, they were trying to get me into Go for a while, and I was like, dude, I'm sure it's a great game, but I already got something going on.
Hmm.
And then like just for like more fun games, I'll play Catan. I'm kind of into the Catan, but like yeah, to learn, it's a lot of energy to learn a new game. Like Yasser, he's like, older dude, you don't want to learn some new game. You're trying to kill me. You know.
Yeah. No, I'm fascinated by people like Chucky that go into checkers and play that seriously. And I think Grandmaster Tiger, Hiller Pearson, he's a big Go player. Like he plays tournaments.
Uh huh.
Uh, it's fascinating. I learned, Ivanchik told this story on one of his videos, that apparently Rashid Nejmadinov was a big checkers player,
Uh huh.
and he had a dream of becoming the Moscow champion for chess and checkers at the same time.
Wow. Okay.
And I think he just barely missed out. I think he was like Moscow champion of chess, but he never became Moscow champion of checkers.
That's a
But it
good.
was like a
That's a
very
cool
big
story.
deal to him.
Yuri Schulman's dad was like a checkers champion.
Really?
Yeah. So there's some crossover with checkers. Checkers, I think, yeah, just compared to chess, it's just it doesn't. I'm sure it's kind of complicated, but you know. Kostya, let me try to defend Black's honor just for a second. I'm just trying to imagine if I was Black how I'd try to defend. Let's go Queen D3, Bishop F1, and now Queen G6.
Mm-hmm.
So you could try not taking, but let's try taking first. So FG, and I'm touching your knight, and I'm saying, I know this looks ugly, but I'm going to just try to live through this.
FG. Maybe. Okay, I guess knight G5.
Makes sense. Okay, I'm going to say I have to take that thing.
Yeah, take.
And then I want to try to survive with C4. Again, I want to stress, I'm not claiming Black's better. We're just talking survival here.
Yeah, I guess to me it looks extremely nice for white, like AB and then Rook AD1.
Okay, let's try that.
I would think this is north of +1.
Again, I'm just trying to help a dude out. So let's try let's try Rook F. Oh, this is really bad, isn't it? Oh man. Okay, wait a second. Is it a grief for you if I get to play Rook F5?
Um, Rook D7 maybe? Actually, I'm not sure.
On Rook D7, I think I have knight E5.
Knight E5. Can I take on E5 and go F4 or Bishop F4?
You might be able to. I don't know. Let's see. On either of those moves, though, boss, I have Bishop C6.
True.
Let's call that a lucky variation. And again, I'm just trying to imagine how I would try to defend this thing for white, for black.
He played Queen E8.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
So Blue Bomb's a supercomputer today.
Queen E8's a pretty normal move. As I mentioned earlier, the black dream is to somehow get F6 off without dying, and here he's wants to play F5.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Kostya's brother mentioned in our podcast is that en passant is such a tricky thing that you should always do it if you can. And here, here, Black is like going for this en passant trick here. So, according to Kostya's brother, this is correct play. And at the very least, it poses a simple question. How do you want to defend against this F6 f5 threat? Well, it's at least a practical question. Good.
Yeah.
Now we should stress that even if it was black's move and he played f5 and we took on e8, we would still like the white position.
Yeah.
But it would be a
absolutely.
huge improvement for black. He's no longer going to get mated.
Yeah, but still pleasant. Um, so knight g5 here. I guess black wants h6.
Good. Let's go investigate knight g5. So the first thing we should say is that if you take, I can take back with the queen, and that's a very nice position, and now your f5 stuff isn't working.
Yeah.
So the question would then be h6. Right, and then it's a little hard to know what we're doing. We could, though, Kostya, just now play like queen h3 or something nasty. So it's a little anti-intuitive to put the queen there. But it's definitely true that black can't easily solve their problems here.
Okay, what else?
Okay, so we'll say knight g5 is a good candidate move, and you'd have to, and Keimer's looking at it, has to defend, not defend, but account for h6. There's the... You could also just play queen h3 immediately. You know, it's obviously a little sad to put the queen on h3, but the queen on e8 is also not the happiest piece.
True.
And the queen on h3 looks at e6, which will hopefully, you know, dissuade black from playing f5. Bishop f1 is a thought, but I don't understand it after, let's say, c4. I don't know what we're doing after c4.
Yeah. Feel like okay, here's where I'm looking. Knight g5,
Okay.
h6, knight e4, f5. And then I take on e8 and I go knight d6.
Yeah, I might want to take with the other rook, but let's just show this first. That could be pleasant, yeah. Okay, let's continue just a second longer here.
Rook d8, let's go a, b, a, b. And here I wanted either bishop e3, or maybe there's something else, but I think just bishop e3.
Okay, so we'll say that's definitely a nice position for white. If c4, bishop c5, if rook d6, bishop c5. But black, I guess, they can kind of dream here.
Too.
Dreams of survival. I don't know. It looks really bad. Like a move like b4 looks nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks real nice for white. Okay, let's go back and look at that again. So, knight g5, we're saying that, well, f5 is seems completely out because of queen takes and knight e6. So if bishop g5, we're saying queen g5's got to be a great position for white. So that then demands h6. Kostya is interested in knight e4. And with the big kahuna takedown. That's what they call it. The big kahuna takedown on knight d6. And we'll say the obvious, if you do not, I'm going to think strongly about knight f6 and or bishop h6 here. Even just knight d6 too, if it was white's move. So Kostya's variation goes to f5. I like your variation. You might be a GM today, Kostya.
Thanks. Yeah, looked good. Rachel's asking, what's the difference between Chess.com and Chess24? Uh, well, there's a long story.
It's a long story, Rachel.
They used to be separate companies, and now Chess24 is a subsidiary of Chess.com. And I think their current relationship is that Chess.com does the popcorn chess stuff, and then Chess24 does like the more serious analysis stuff. It's kind of their split.
And then also like big picture, like Chess24 and Chess a Bowl were like part of Play Magnus. They were eaten by Chess.com. And part of the question for these companies is how do they continue to exist as their own deal in the Chess.com universe, right? I think Chessable, like Chess24, is having trouble finding an identity inside of that big umbrella of the Chess.com.
Especially now that Chess.com has their own like courses page.
Right. And my understanding is Chess.com is really trying to integrate Chessable into the site. So, for example, like if you lose a game in the Italian or something, then for it to suggest a course for you on the Italian game, you know.
Yeah.
But like Kostya said, they have their own courses. So what's the difference then between their courses and Chessable courses? Similar question with, Chess.com and Chess24.
Yeah. And the difference is only a format difference because it's like they started porting a lot of the Chessable courses over. Now they're saying they're not, getting rid of Chessable, but it's just like they are putting Chessable on their site basically. Ooh, Bishop G5 played.
G5, so this was not on our radar. I thought you were going to be a GM today for sure, Kostya. So let's figure this out. So Bishop G5, I'm going for F5. That. Okay, wait a second. On F5, I can just play Queen H4.
Right. But then
we're not done because he goes H6.
H6, yeah.
By the way, Bishop G5 might also be playable for black, and then knight G, and then H6. Okay, wait, I don't get it yet. Hold on. I don't understand Bishop G5. All right, so F5. I'm not sure I like this.
On F5, let's say I try the endgame with queen takes E8,
Okay.
and then bishop takes E7.
Okay, I want to try. I have a different move, but all right, let's try this one. Okay, so the claim could be that on knight E7, you're getting body slammed with rook A7.
Yeah.
How true it is, I don't know. And on rook E7, let's go rook E7 first. We'll look at knight E7 in a second.
Okay, so rook E7, I was thinking rook A D1.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to come into D6, knight G5.
Okay, I'm going to claim this isn't that special. I'm going to start with H6.
H6.
Let's say you go rook D6. And I'll go king F7.
Okay.
That's not so easy.
Let me try, how about just rook ed1,
King f7.
king f7. And then yeah, not really seeing the breakthrough.
Let me try a different idea, Kostya. So queen e8, rook fe8, and let me try doing. No, I don't get it. I don't get it. All right. So wait a second. Let's go back. So on f5, we have not found anything convincing in the endgame. Queen h4. Let me try to defend his honor, Kostya. So why don't you play black? So h6 makes sense to me, but you do whatever you think is right.
Yeah, queen h4, I was going to take on g5.
Okay. Recapture.
h5, and then h6.
Okay, so first bit of good news is I don't have to move immediately. Let's play rook ad1 on the board.
81. Okay, king g8. Oh, 96. Oops.
Let's show that. That's a nice one.
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
You can do any take back you want here, Kostya.
Yeah, so h6, rook ad1. Queen g6.
Okay, good question. Now, my hope was that rook d7 was very pleasant for a peasant.
Maybe bishop a8.
And here I would just claim I'm better now because I got the 7th. We got to move on the board. f6 was played.
f6.
Also totally reasonable. Also totally reasonable. We got queen e8, rook fe8.
So that forces the queens off, but allows white this ef kind of structural damage.
I don't think it's that okay. Just intuitively, it doesn't look that special to me. I don't like this bishop g5 move. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna be like, Vincent, were you sure about this bishop g5 thing? Okay. In addition to ef, you could also play bishop f4, and that might not be done. All right. What does he do? Ef, like a normal person. Bishop f6 also playable, but we're expecting gf is played. And Kostya's intuitive sense here is that white has got something. I'm not so sure. Because the pawn on f6 kind of murders the knight on f3.
Well, just an example, like I go bishop h6.
Okay, I think, by the way, bishop h6 might be important because it actually prevents bishop f8.
Yeah, played.
Play. Okay, good.
And now on e5, there's knight h4.
Good. So let's show that. Here, white can claim that he's definitely a little bit better because of that. So, basic question, is e5 forced? The move I would want to play is bishop d6.
Yeah. Okay, I have a line.
Okay.
Bishop d6, rook ad1.
Now, I want to stress that knight e5 is no possible because knight takes and my bishop's hanging. I'm not in time. So I got to move the bishop or play rook cd8. Let's play rook cd8.
And then let's say knight h4 here. I'm kind of threatening knight f5, I think.
The man is kind of threatening knight f5. Okay. me just say that if you play knight f5, I could play bishop e5. So let's say I improve my king. Maybe I might do a take back on king g8.
Um,
Maybe you could get super fancy with knight f5, bishop e5, knight g7.
oh,
There's a lot of fancy sauce in that strudel, though.
ooh, tricky.
Actually, even better for me would be knight f5, and maybe I can get away with this. I think I just end up losing a pawn.
Mhm.
So like bishop takes, king takes, rook takes, knight takes. No, I don't lose a pawn. I hold it together.
No, but there's no knight d6.
Maybe there's 96 right now. Boom. Oh God. Okay, so bishop h6, and this is going to be this is definitely a time pressure situation. It might seem like, oh, 26 minutes is a lot of time. No, he's basically down to a minute a move to move 40 here.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh, it's time for Nihal update. Let's see. Today, Nihal played, oh boy,
Oh shoot.
like half a page of bullet games. So I can't even count. I'm estimating it was like 30 bullet games he played. Uh, Again, won most of them. Looks like he scored, I don't know, 22 and a half or something.
So Misha and MVL draw. We're gonna say they're done. They're done, and the rest of the field. Anytime you see a draw up there, they're just applauding. They're like, "Oh, thank God, thank God! I love draws." Pruess might not like them, but I like them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're out. But Mishra still amazing tournament. Amazing tournament for him.
And I'm gonna go ahead and say Neiman versus Prague looks. I don't know. We'll call that roughly equal. Jan suddenly in that group, that long group. Is that true? He's in that group? No, he's not in the group. Jan is in the group, but Nordbeck is in the group. And Jan's probably a touch better. Yeah, he is a touch better.
Let's see the most. Wait, one sec. The most recent game Nihal played was around 4 p.m. Central Time yesterday. So Uzbekistan time, that means like early morning for them, right? Like 3 a.m. or something?
Oh my God. It's full
Hold up.
degen.
Uzbek time, right now.
Hard
6
to
p.m.
hard for me to say what's going on with Yu Yang Yi and Eric Geisy. I don't know really anything. Do you know anything about Yu Yang Yi, Kostya?
I played him once, OTV.
Okay.
He crushed me. Uh, and don't know anything about his personal life, but very strong.
Okay. Knight D8 played. Good move. It's at least it's an attempt. So hold on. I want to do a take back here. So Bishop G5. I was unconvinced with F5 for black, but dude played F6, giving this position where white is at least clearly better. Kostya, can you help me understand what was wrong with F5? I guess I felt I had a little something something with Queen H4, but it was not as good as the position that we're getting in the game, I feel.
My best explanation is that f6 forces the queens off,
Okay, well, that's true.
and that Bluvan wanted to force the queens off. Like that's my best explanation.
I don't know, man. You get this. This is nasty. Yeah. Okay, but here we go. Knight D8. White has several moves. The most obvious is Rook A7. But he's got a lot of different moves. Rook A5, Rook ED1, some kind of knight move.
Rook A7 feels very tempting. Simple.
The obvious thing to say about it is it doesn't necessarily threaten anything, but it does. They tell me, or they've told us, Kostya, that you're supposed to put the rooks on the seventh, so that would be a good reason to do it.
Yeah.
Intuitively, it looks lost for black because your pieces are so nasty. Your king needs several tempi. And there's a variety of ways for me to fix my knight. My knight's my one bad piece, but he's got a variety of ways to come into the party.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's like white has so many cool things he can do with the rooks. It's almost like he would love a third rook, right? Because I like rook ed1 as a move, but I'm like, well, I don't want to move off e6. That's a nice little tasty cruncher. I want to leave him there.
Yeah, what if I just go knight h4 here as white? Try to bring the knight to g2 and f4.
It got to be a nice position for white.
Looks super pleasant, right? Both rooks are just pounding and black has weaker structure.
I think one way to maybe talk about it then is to say, well, in that case, let's play rook a7 with the claim that black can't do nothing really anyway. And then we'll play knight h4. Now, the argument against it could be on rook a7, maybe black could play rook a8. Maybe.
Yeah, it seems like white's better whether we keep one rook on or both rooks on, but not clear if we want to trade. Because for me, what I like about knight h4 is that I have the option to then play like rook a5 somewhere if I want, or rook a7.
Right, and that could also be a reason maybe to play rook a5 first.
Start with rook a5 too.
And then if bishop c6, then you go your knight h4 idea.
It's even more annoying.
Definitely annoying, yeah.
If rook a5 b4,
Okay, we could think about it.
oh yes, I was asking about FIDE president if he was at the event or not. Dvorkovich, wow. I think Satovsky's there too. So yeah, I think a lot of the big FIDE bigwigs are there.
Let's play. Let's see if we can guess the move here, Kostu. So we got rook a5, rook a7, some kind of knight h4. I'm certain knight d2 has got to also be interesting. What other? Any other moves we're missing?
Yeah, Vincent is fully in the depths right now, in the tank.
The chat over there in the live stream is just almost all Germans.
Oh, I closed that one because usually they post engines in the chat. There's like an X in there, I
Oh,
think.
I see the X. I'm not
Yeah,
seeing
yeah,
any.
because
I usually don't even look over there. It's just interesting for me to see all the German commentary.
that's where I mean, okay, I I just opened the Hans versus Prague video and like
Uh-huh.
yeah, first thing I saw was like an engine eval in the chat.
Right.
So, yeah, no, people love pointing out the blunders and yeah, all this stuff.
Somebody, it's like a German saying, unfortunately, Vincent overlooked knight d8. I don't know if he overlooked it. I mean, knight d8, you're looking at the white position. You got to be pretty happy with yourself.
Yeah, that's not a sad overlook. Yeah, I'm gonna think he wins this.
W. Reynolds says, so Keimer needs to win this to catch up with the leaders. Right. If you're in this lower score group, you must win.
No, no,
It's
no. Keimer leads with a win.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Excuse me. He's not even in the lower score group. So Yeah, by the way, with the draw on the top board, it would be sad for Keimer to draw, but he would still be tied with the lead going into the final round. If he does that, though, he's in a huge pack of critters,
Yeah.
and his tie breaks aren't great, so you could imagine him even winning next round and not qualifying.
Right.
That could be a thing.
Very much should win here.
And because Blue Bound's rating is lower for the tie breaks, it doesn't help him that much.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if Blue Bomb draws today, he becomes one of the favorites because he'll have white next round with the best tie breaks.
Yeah.
And who does he even get with white? Maybe Fallujah, I think they haven't played. He might get Fallujah with white.
And I just want to say, I love the guy. He's very cuddly, but he's got that nice hair. But he doesn't belong in the candidates tournament. It would be a fail of the whole. He'd be the next Abasov. I love Abasov too, but he doesn't belong there. Wrong position.
Yeah. And I think Blue Bomb believes that himself, which is why it's
Yeah,
even more important he
exactly.
doesn't get in. It's like even he doesn't want to be in there, you know?
Rook A5 played. I'm a GM today.
Wow.
However, I want to stress I didn't quite understand what I was going to do against B4. So let's give that a second. One simple reason for me to be happy about it is I'm not sure I want to do this yet, but I could play CB, CB, and Knight D4. I don't know how impressive that is, but I don't know. It's a thought.
I would think just actually the simple C4 is good enough because we can imagine the light squared bishops get traded and then we get the pawns in the right color.
Maybe. I'm a little nervous about Knight C6 and stuff, but right. And let's just say the obvious. White is better, just no matter what. So it's like, even if you gave black two moves, unless he takes one of our pieces, white's still going to be better. So, by the way, I think B4 kind of is called for because bishop C6, knight H4 looks real bad. It's a question of like which bad position do you want in a lot of ways. Yeah, so if we were doing Sensei eval, I would say +1 here for white.
I'd be probably not too far from that, maybe a little less. Dang, what a tournament. You guys enjoying this round? I was so pumped for this round yesterday because I was just like, it's like, because the pairings, we're going to be clear. It's like 4 leaders with 6.5. And then actually pairings came out really quick. I was still on stream when the pairings came out. And so I was just like,
B4 playing, okay.
so exciting.
They must start playing faster. Even though we're on move 25, it's time to move, my friends. You don't have that much time left. Even a think like that of 4 minutes, you can't do 4 minutes a move from here on out. No way. Got a little bit more than a minute to move. Okay, so Kostya's GM move here, C4. And like I said, I would definitely. I think Rook A5 I'd be confident in playing, but I wouldn't have totally decided what I was going to do on B4. But the good news is I would just have options on B4. Well, okay, so Kostya's got the positional C4. The bummer about taking is we're unleashing the rook a little bit. But let's just see, just because it's concrete, let's look. Knight D4. I'm not sure, by the way, that I even want to take on E6 because I might get pinned, and I don't like it. So there's questions about if I'm doing anything. So, for example, maybe snip, snop, Maybe king g8.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little complicated for me. I'm not a huge fan.
But
So
white's better, right?
white's better, but I mean, I feel like white would want more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Another obvious move, Kostya, would be to do a little wiggle on the bishop and say, like, if you go bishop c6, I'll go rook b6. Now, I'm not necessarily threatening anything. I'm just putting my rook in a cool square. Is that special? I don't
Might be fine.
know.
To me, it feels like an achievement for black to get BC and maybe even C4.
I'm coming around to your c4, Kostya.
The question is Vincent?
Well, okay, let's try it. So first of all, I know we just put the knight on d8, but if we go back to c6,
Yeah, I guess.
yeah, this is actually a little bit of a concern. So while Kostya's pondering, let's just say for a moment that rook b5 no puedo because of bishop a6. And
Yeah, I don't like it.
if you go back, what I'm concerned about is now this knight has this square. So if, for example, e5, I think we have other moves, but let's just say e5, knight h4. As long as I protect my bishop, I can do so in a variety of ways. Maybe rook b8's better. I will play knight d4 next move and just say, what? Say what? That thing's too strong.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it anymore.
Yeah, so that might be playable for black all of a sudden. With the key
And then I
difference,
would
yeah,
go for knight h4 here instead.
instead of c4, you mean?
Yeah.
So let's just say c4 looks good, but it gives up the d4 square, and then all of a sudden the knight who was sad here suddenly has a different purpose in life after c4 is played. Okay, so now Kostya likes knight h4. The kind of weird thing about it, though, is doesn't that kind of mean that rook a5 was a mistake if you play knight h4? Because like you said, it kind of helps black trade, soften the position a little bit. Let me take a different direction, Kostya. How about I just play knight d2?
Mm-hmm. So trade. BC. Still unpleasant.
If I was
White.
black, I would want to think about king g8.
Mm-hmm.
But this is maybe a slightly better version than that last king g8 position we had.
Blue one's drinking water like some kind of rehab addict. Like shaking.
Oh yeah,
And he's off from the board. Yeah, you could just tell. He's too restless to stay at the board. He's gone. He's out of there.
yeah, he's bugging. Yeah, Keimer's got it together pretty good. I like that. Okay, I guess that's going to be my prediction is knight d2. Let me just see if I could come up with other ideas here for white. Yeah, I'm going knight d2. I think I might want to moderate my evaluation though to maybe like point 0.5 from my initial
Yeah,
clear advantage.
yeah, it's clearly not as simple. I was thinking, about our coverage. Um, everyone knows we're doing the no engine thing, and I just want to make the point that, we're about okay, we're shy of 2,400. Vincent is 2,750 plus. But Stockfish is 3,700, right?
Yeah.
So we're like way closer to the players than they are to Stockfish.
True, true, good point. Yeah.
And we think in the same way, both being humans. So we can kind of like guess what they might be afraid of and the lines they might be looking at. So of course we don't get everything right, but in terms of the fans wanting to know like what the players are actually thinking, it's like this is the best place to meet.
Oh, that was a good pitch, Kostya. All right.
Thank you so much.
I've guessed a lot of Keimer's moves wrong, and he's often gone for like. Okay, actually, I can tell you which ones I got wrong. If we go back here, I got knight d2 wrong. I thought knight d2 was interesting, but wasn't on my radar. And I definitely got bishop g5 wrong. I'm still thinking tomorrow I'll look with the engine. I liked your knight g5 better.
Hmm.
Okay, and now I could imagine getting this one wrong. But because knight d2 is just, I don't know, like the natural move. You gave me c4, I'll go talk to it. Yeah. One of the nice things for black in time pressure, and now Keimer actually has less time, is we know pretty clearly that we want king g8 f7. So, like, we could leave the knight on d8 for a moment, just saying to ourselves, well, I got to fix the king first, and then we can figure out the rest. And when you think about this bishop on h6, it's doing a great job pinning the king in, but after the king frees himself, that doesn't really have any great spots, to whack me with.
Hmm. Yeah, but it's just the bishop. It wants to roam free. Um, people asking about the two Germans playing each other, and like I feel like in the past, when two people from the same country play each other in such an important round, it would be cause for concern. But now it's like much less so. Um, and and so the thing is that the prize for this tournament is candidates, right? Which you can't share. If first place was just a lot of money and that's it, or say, there's just a lot of prize money, then yeah, that's a lot more incentive for someone to throw the game, right? But that's the nice thing about modern chess is that players that do this are much fewer and farther between.
Oh, by the way, Kostya, I wanted to turn you on to Keimer's idea in the opening. This is something we could use. So, he played this simple thing here, bishop e7, and we've all faced this before. And
Hmm.
the bummer is probably the top engine move is going to be d4 and or c4 going into a Catalan. Instead, dude plays d3, castles, and now knight c3. So knight d2, of course, would give you the traditional kings in the attack position. But knight c3 is clever because it asks black a lot of questions. If you don't play d4, we'll play knight e4. So I thought this was a great practical thing. I had a little talk with Magnus about how the openings, don't mean chess is dead. And d4, knight e4, just with an interesting position here, e3. And yeah, yeah, beautiful, beautiful opening from Keimer, especially from a practical point of view. Where Bluebaum, of course, is the openings genius. So one of the reasons he's going to be in time pressure, that time pressure is going to be unpleasant, is normally he doesn't have to think so long in the opening because he's got everything memorized.
Yeah, I think
Oh, you're a GM today, Kostya.
Oh, knight h4.
You're a GM today.
Let's go. Yeah, Vincent does have some really interesting opening ideas from time to time. He was playing the E3 poison for a while, so much so that they named it the Keimer system.
Uh-huh.
He was a big proponent of knight f3, E3. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, he played c4.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're a GM today.
Oh, well, I had already switched to knight h4 at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so our concern with c4 was this knight c6 move and the harassment of the d4 square, which previously was unavailable to us.
Yeah, so I mean, like, rook b5 would be critical, but after bishop a6, I just didn't see anything. Rook
Yeah,
b6, bishop takes c4,
I also don't get it.
knight d2, bishop d5.
Yeah.
Knight c6. And then rook b5, bishop a6. There's no clever way to leave your rook on b5.
Okay, Kostya, bear with me here for a second. Let's say knight c6, rook b5, bishop a6, rook e6. I know. Let's just give it a second, though. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Now, the big fear for me as white would be knight d4. But
Yeah.
what I'm realizing is on knight takes, pawn takes, bishop c6, it looks like I'm on top.
Oh. Okay, bishop c6, very nice.
Okay. By the way, I did not see that until until he played c4 because I was like, I got to make this thing work. Right? And now it's a good pressure on Keimer or on Bluebaum too, because I think this is the key variation you got to figure out. So, as Kostya said, rook b6, bishop c4 looks fine for black. So we sack the exchange. You got to be all in. So if we say that knight d4 is no bueno, then knight d8 is the next move we need
Knight
to
d8
look
would be
at.
the move.
But let's just stare at that thing for a second.
Yeah.
And it's not the prettiest looking piece. And maybe a simple move for us here could be like rook a6.
But yeah, I'm skeptical because black just has a super obvious c4 counterplay.
Well, let's look at the super obvious for a second.
Yeah.
Maybe I have a better move than rook a6, but we're just going to stare at this for a second. Okay, let's see if I can come up with a better move after knight d8. Looks like a hassle. That's unpleasant. Well, that idea might get shot down here. So here we go. c4. The question is, what can white do after knight c6? By the way, you could miss knight c6 too. You could be like, well, the knight's on d8. That's just what's going down. Knight f7 played. Maybe black also missed it. I'll check that tomorrow to see if that was something for black. But knight f7, I would say just intuitively, we are definitely maintaining our advantage after knight f7. One idea, Kostya, though, you might have is bishop e3, bishop f3, knight e5. However, that doesn't look too much. I just play bishop e2, and it looks very pleasant. But let's see. He probably has some idea here at knight f7. He might also just want to sit some. Like, let's say bishop e3. Not clear that that's the best square. It does prevent our rook from looking at e6. Maybe it actually just doesn't belong there. Let's go all the way back. c1.
Okay.
I'm threatening this pawn.
There's tactics here too. Like e5, knight e5.
Uh-huh.
Okay, bishop e3.
On the board?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think he also has this trick in mind, like if rook e d8, he can go either knight g5 or knight e5.
Okay, let me just say the bummer. Okay, what I didn't understand about bishop e3. Well, maybe I do understand it. But on the natural king g7, we're then going to claim that rook a7 is just a nice position or something, right?
Yeah. Rook a7 is going to be very annoying.
Okay, bishop e3. Rook a8 is a thought. Yes, but yeah, the fact that you're not touching e6 gives me a lot of flexibility. Like I might be able to play rook a8.
I'm actually not sure why he didn't go bishop f4, given that I don't think there's e5 on bishop f4.
Yeah, I don't like bishop e3.
Confusing.
Well, Kostya, let's check that actually. That's a good question. So bishop f4, e5, knight e5. I think this is true what you're saying. Let's just show it. Bishop e7, ef, and now the bummer for black is like this coconut's hanging.
Yeah.
Bishop f4 might have been an exclam. Bishop e3 does not look it to me.
I mean, I think it's fine. Like you hit c5 and you know, this e-pawn is still in your sights, right? So it's like, to me, it feels like black is under very, very heavy pressure. Or heavy pressure, let's say. Not very heavy.
Okay. All right, Kostya, let me try to defend black's honor after bishop e3. What are you going to do after rook a8? We got to move on the board. Rook a8. I'm a GM today.
Nice. Rook.
Maybe rook v5. I don't know what else to do, honestly. It's going to hold an edge.
Or then bishop a6. It's kind of a problem.
I don't know either, yeah. No, I think to me it looks like Keimer let it slip a little bit. Oh, this was dumb. This was dumb. What have you done, Keimer? What have you done?
Well, he's thinking.
All right. Let me try to defend his honor. So let's say I go here. And I'm not threatening anything, by the way, when I do that move. Rook f8, rook e1.
Well, let me go full blue bomb, go rook a5, rook a8.
Good, that's definitely a question. And yeah, everything's coming off. If rook b5, I go rook a1, and they say, welcome to the dojo.
And with no heavy pieces, it's like black's fine, right?
What's el problemito? Yeah.
Yeah.
So rook a played Keimer blowing it. If he had played his bishop to f4 or to c1, he could now win the pawn on e6 at least. Ay. Keimer, buddy. Oh, world championship slipping from your grasp.
Yeah.
Bluebaum cannot be defeated.
So So if rook a8 now, rook a8, bishop f4, then rook a6, and black kind of defends from the side and is happy. A Wonder interview. Nice. He just beat Theodoro. Um, I would ask, I wonder if he is helping Carissa Yip at all, because normally they work together, and she's in the women's section. So I'm curious if he's only playing his tournament or also supporting her in some way.
Yeah, I want to hear. I think fans want to know too, like what a Wonder's like training regime and aspirations are, because I think it's pretty recent that he went all in
Yeah.
on chess after being kind of hesitant with it in his youth.
Right.
So I
Yeah, he
want to
went to
know about his
school.
training regime, what it looks like, what his schedule's going to be like. I assume he's in St. Louis, right?
Living here?
Yeah, I assume so.
I don't know actually. Um,
There's so many GMs in St. Louis, Kostya can't even keep track of them all.
he might be. He might be actually. I feel like he might be. I know Carissa's going to be moving or living here at some point. Um, so maybe I wonder as well. And I was curious if he's playing U.S. Championship this year. Let's see.
Oh, Keimer, bro.
He is. Nice. And I'm just, how did I wonder get in? Did he get in by rating or? Yeah, it looks like he got in by rating.
And so that's an example of a tournament where we don't have any problem or very little problem of people getting in by rating, right? And here, suddenly, somehow for the World Championship, we can't do it by rating. But for other national
What?
championships, we do it by rating.
What wasn't there this whole like controversy in the past of people trying to qualify to the US champs by rating and playing like Mickey Mouse tournaments?
I mean, it might have been a controversy, but we've been doing it by rating for years. U.S. Junior is decided by rating for the most part. Senior is decided by rating.
Yeah. But especially with the seniors, it's like we don't love to see them sit on the rating and not really play.
They're old guys, Kostya. Leave them alone, buddy. Leave them alone.
Just want their comfortable US senior champs once per year.
Well, let's talk about us, buddy. We just made 2,800 ChessCom. Are we ever going to lose that? No, I'm not. I'm never playing again, bud. It's done.
Really? Oh,
I
that's so
might play on
sad.
the alt account. I'm not playing on the, come on now.
No, but that's how you do it, Jesse. First you get the first 2800, then you get the alt account to 2800, and then you don't feel bad about your main account anymore.
I actually did it on my alt account, so now maybe I have a problem. Yeah, so people noted something. This is good. A Wonder breaking into the 2,700 club. I think that's definitely a question. How does it feel to be part of the 2,700 club?
Oh, that's huge. Is that his first time?
Yeah. I mean, he went all in on chess, and amazing. He broke into the 2,700 club.
It is amazing. Someone left a comment on our YouTube the other day because we did this podcast with Shanklin several years ago about the state of US chess, and we asked him which of the US players would make 2,700, like Robson, Mishra, Hans, a Wonder, and he's basically like none of them. None of them are gonna. But then Robson made it, Hans made it, a Wonder made it, Jeffrey Zhang made it,
Uh-huh.
Sevian made it.
Here's an interesting fact with a Wonder making it in, that I'm counting 6 Indians in the over 2,700 club, and now with a Wonder, I'm counting 6 Americans. So
Huh.
people talking smack about the Indians all the time, buddy. You know, and maybe finally, we have all expected Mishra to make it, and he's not going to make it this tournament or anytime, real soon. But if he keeps up this level of performance, obviously he's going to make it.
Yeah, easily.
All right, he's tanking. Keimer is here. I think it's unpleasant for a peasant. I don't think he likes his life right now. He's like, dude, Kraai said I had a clear 1+1 a second ago, and now what have I done?
Yeah.
What have I done?
And time trouble is coming in. This is where Blue Bomb has been winning his games, is like in his opponent's time trouble.
Well, right, and also because I was just thinking of committing a blue bomb here with white. I was like, well, maybe if I'm desperate, I'll sack on c5,
Hmm.
and that's exactly what blue bomb's opponents have done in the past. Is
Right.
they're like, dude, I can't draw this chump. No way, I got to go for it. What
Yeah.
would
Blue
what
Bomb
would
effect.
the blue bomb effect? Yeah, that's so easy.
It's literally the opposite of the Magnus effect, where people make mistakes against Magnus because they think he's too strong.
Yeah.
But, okay, 10 minutes for Keimer, and it's move 28 for him. So he needs to make a decision here, big time.
I sometimes, I'm sure everybody's had this, but sometimes get a little bit like Blue Bomb where I'm watching the stream, right? And he's just so jumpy. He's so jumpy with the nervous energy, he can't even sit down at the board. Keimer's nice and cool and calm and collected, even though he's blown his position here.
Right.
Now, I would assume we could still get a niggling advantage here. A niggling one. I don't even know if we get a niggling one. Just let's say we could still get a symbolic advantage. Maybe it's a better way to put it.
Symbolic, yeah, with the better bishop.
I don't know, though. I don't know. No, I feel like we actually have just nothing.
Let me just take a peek at other games. Yu Yang versus Arjun is very hot.
Okay, let's take a quick look.
I don't even
No
uh,
idea.
no idea what's happening. I think White's doing well, but I don't know.
That would be the best guess, yeah.
And then Nihal against Abdu is pretty tame. Hard to imagine either one winning that.
Yeah, someone's going to have to take a risk, though, because they can't be drawing that game. They cannot be drawing that game. Okay, yeah, that'll be. So actually, what are we saying here? We're saying that in these games, we've already had one draw with Mitra MVL. That was a huge disappointment for them. Let's look at Neiman Prague.
Yeah, but imagine the top three boards that are ongoing. So boards 2, 3, 4 all end in draws, and that means that would just completely like open it up. Although a lot of these guys are behind, so it's like the draw doesn't help them. But is Norbek Yakubov the lowest rated with no, who would it be? So Yakubov, oh yeah, he's on 5.5. Yeah, so he's not really in it. Okay. So it's basically all the way down to Sevian. Sevian's still in it. Where does he play? Oh, he maybe finished his game. That's why he's on 6. Is that
Yeah.
what's happening?
Yeah, Sevin's not in it, dude. Sevin is not in it.
Wait. Where is...
All right, I'm going to return to this game. I'm going to take a potty break, and we're going to come back and see if Keimer can pull out something. I like his cool composure. He's not bugging out. He's probably upset, but he's not bugging out.
Yeah. Oh, I see what happened. Sevian already won his game against Eddie's Gorel guy, so he won fast game, it looks like. Not too fast, actually. They've been playing for almost 4 hours now, but Looks like Sevian beat one of the Turkish kids and in nice style too. Kind of crushed him. So goes Sam. Okay. So folks, predictions. What do we think? What do we think? Vincent drawing? Hans, by the way, Hans. Yeah, he's up a pawn against Prague. He's very much up a pawn. Position looks good for Hans. Yeah, Hans. Definitely some chances here to win this. Much needed chances. Because if the top board's drawn, he wins, then he would be joining the leaders going into the last game. But of course, he's going to have black, and of course, his tie breaks probably aren't amazing. Keimer's not out if he doesn't win this one, but his chances go down dramatically because he gets black in the final game. He's going to get a higher rated opponent than the one he's playing now. And yeah, anything can happen in the last round, but like, yeah, on paper, slightly better endgame with white against blue bomb. I think you still want that over, a random game as black against someone like Arjun or Noterback.
Yeah, yeah. Good luck there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So his chances are still, I think, best in this game here.
Bluebaum has finally like cool and calmed himself, able to sit down, kind of looking over at Bluebaum, saying, "What? You gonna go for the Bluebaum? The Bluebaum gambit, buddy?" Well, Kostya, I was thinking too about the St. Louis lifestyle. Isn't like Yasser? He's kind of like a single man hanging out. He's probably out partying and stuff, telling stories to people. You hang out with him sometimes?
Yeah, I see him frequently. Sometimes I run into him on this, like 2 days ago, I ran into him on the street. And I was like, "Oh, are you following Grand Swiss?" And he's like, "Of course." I was like, "Who do you like? Who are you rooting for?" And he mentioned Arjun actually. He said he's a big Arjun fan.
Uh huh.
But yeah, it's yeah, no, St. Louis. I mean, yeah, so many people move here. We always get like new college kids, so it's very very fun.
There's so many GMs in St. Louis, you don't even know if a Wonder's there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. He could be. I mean, I definitely see him here from time to time, but you never know. If, some people live in Illinois and they visit frequently. Okay,
Oh, you
Rook
mean
takes
like
A8
you,
play.
you mean like East St. Louis,
Um,
or if it's
no,
all
even
over?
like come down from Chicago
Oh
and
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
visit for a bit.
So Rook A8, we're thinking Rook A8. It happens instantly. Uh,
And
Actually,
now,
it doesn't happen instantly. Excuse me. No, it happens instantly. There we go. Rook A8, Knight D2. Okay, so I thought about this and then possible, but I was like Bishop G2, King G2, Rook A2. Why isn't Black fine? Probably is. Probably is fine.
hmm looks totally fine. Rook is so active.
You might also be able to play Knight E5 instead of Rook A2.
I guess Rook A2, maybe he wants to go Rook B1. And then ask Black, how are you going to deal with like Knight B3 next or Knight E4?
Let me just say no one wants to play Rook B1. He might do it, but he doesn't want to do it.
He doesn't want to do it. Yeah.
There's a variety of ways that Black could have his knight protect C5, if nothing else. Yeah, it looks to me like he genuinely blew it here. Okay, here we go. Bishop G2, King G2. I guess the good news for Bluebaum is he's got 10 minutes more, and this position seems like it's not, it's not the hardest thing to do. It's not some hectic tactics he has to calculate.
Yeah.
So, yeah, my sense is rook a2 black is completely fine, but I don't think you have to find that move. It's not like a move to find. We shouldn't call it a move to find, but you don't have to do rook a2.
95 looks okay.
On 95, you do have to calculate bishop f4. It's a little bit hard after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we also think Vincent had more earlier. A couple different points, actually.
Oh, absolutely. Now, some chess fans might be like, oh, this is equal, it's going to be a draw. Nah, let's just say that mistakes will be made anyway because we're in time pressure. And Keimer is going to, well, is he going to gamble? You would think no, he doesn't have to gamble. He doesn't have to gamble. So, yeah, but like Kostya said,
Exciting games today.
exciting games today. Thank you, water is the best drink.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a much better result for Bluebaum because Bluebaum gets white in the next round. Keimer, as Kostya said, is going to get black against some monster. And Bluebaum's like, what? I've already played the monsters.
Blue one's got white with great tie breaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very comfy.
All right, Rook A2 played. I'm a GM today. And that's a hard momentito. I was thinking, Kostya, maybe you play B3.
Mm-hmm.
And the intention with B3 could be like, well, if you play Rook B2, I'll play Rook A1 and claim I got something. It's not a lie. You could also make a claim that, hey, my bishop is better than your bishop. It's not a lot, but something.
And on B3, Rook A3?
Let me just say on B3, my main concern would be knight E5 then, because, well, maybe I could still play bishop F4, knight D3, rook E6, a bunch of snip snops. Yeah. Okay, maybe knight E5, bishop F4. You were saying B3, rook A3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably rook B1 and followed by knight E4. Okay, we got some moves. Knight E4 play. Ambitious. That might be a blue-bound gambit, my friends. It might get a little spicy here.
Yes, I was thinking about 94, Rook B2, and then maybe takes on C5, maybe Rook D1, Knight E5. Maybe Rook D1, like you can throw in, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so knight E4 is dude's intention. It's got at least a little bit of spin on the ball. Rook B2 is the obvious move, though knight E5 might also be playable. Knight E5 looks like a real contender. Oh, I got chastised for crunching my ice yesterday, so I'm going to try not to do it.
Yes, RP is definitely a situation where someone can overpush and lose. We've seen it happen.
Yeah, that's what we're
couple
calling
times.
the blue-bound gambit here.
Exactly. Blue bomb gambit. So good. I think Rook B2, his idea
All right, yeah. Rook B2 played. Uh-huh.
might be bishop takes C5.
And let's say the obvious on knight C5, bishop takes E5 or something like that. It's hard to see what you're doing.
Right.
Like I got rook C2 next, I'll take your pawn. Also, let's just state the obvious. Black's pawn on B4 is closer to the end of the board than white's.
Yeah.
So, if you wanted to be fancy pants, I guess bishop c5. But black's got a lot of good moves here. Again, maybe just bishop takes, knight takes, and e5. There's not a lot going on for white here, I don't think.
But e5, let's say go knight e6.
So Kostya's intention might be to play rook a1. But let's just say I play rook c2.
c2, rook a1.
Let's just say I move my pawn up, so like h5.
h5, okay. So give check and then c5.
Okay, king h7, c5, b3.
b3. Rook b8.
b2.
Push. And yeah, I don't really. I'm blue bombing it.
You're blue bombing it, buddy?
I mean, I think white's still okay there, but it's not. I don't see any advantage really.
Yep. All right. So something happened after rook b2. Rook a1. He's going for the blue bound gambit.
Oh. Okay, rook a1. Yeah, I was looking for rook d1. Rook a1 makes sense because knight e5 doesn't cover the 7th rank. Yeah, rook a1.
Okay. Okay, for a risky move with 3 minutes on the clock, we got to give the guy props for going for it. This is courageous,
Yeah.
if nothing else.
And yeah, I don't think it doesn't feel like he's really risking because c5 he can always take. To me, it seems safe, but at least he came up with a very nice question for black. Keimer University is in session.
Okay, Kostya, how about knight e5?
So check and rook a7.
Okay, if you play rook a7 directly, I'll play knight c4. So, but check, rook a7. Yeah, I still want to play knight c4.
But then bishop c5?
Oh, bishop c5, excuse me. Okay, so your intention is on king f8. You want to play bishop c5? I'll say that looks like something for you. Bishop c5. Yeah, that looks like something. Okay, that's cool. So maybe we're at least posing some questions here. Well, this maybe is a very clever little move, rook a1. So, Apricord, we call it the Bluebaum Gambit because Bluebaum has reached this stage of the tournament, the standing, by having several strong players, I can tell you who they are, go for it against him. Prague and Arjun being two prominent examples. They were wrecked. They were wrecked by going too hard against Bluebaum.
Yeah.
Yeah, and losing.
Exactly.
And if you're Keimer, you might know about the Bluebaum Gambit, but at the same time, you're like, well, buddy, I realized before this round was played that me winning this game is super important.
And I think it's a typical effect, like I would say like when Alex Fishbein won the US senior, he was saying, a lot of the guys were trying to beat him in the
Yeah.
tournament because he's
Yeah.
lowest rated. So he definitely benefited from that. And I think it's actually a common reason why players, they often struggle once they hit a new peak. Like a lot of players, when they hit 2200, they go back down. When they hit 2400, they go back down because on your way up, people kind of give you more chances. And then once you get to an established level, then they stop blue bombing you. They start taking you very seriously. And it's becomes harder to win games.
Yeah. One endgame this is a little bit reminiscent of for me is when he had the incredible pawn endgame. He being Keimer had the pawn endgame against Vidit. And there Vidit should have held, but Keimer made it tricky.
Yeah.
So again, no engine analysis. You look at this thing, and the engine probably says it's zeros, but there is grief here on the table for black.
Yeah. Many ways to go wrong.
Like, let's just say you play the natural king g7, rook a7, king f8, bishop c5. You got to take here, and then I just got pressure. Now, how special is it? No one, they don't know. Maybe it's not special at all. Maybe you just play e5 and say, what? but still, if you're black, you don't know. You don't know if there's not some dirty trick. He did just get the rook on the seventh, and Mama always said that that was a good thing.
Knight e4 here, I think you can see some ghosts.
Yeah, knight e4, good move, and king g7 because of knight d6.
Yeah.
And maybe you just play rook c2, nice and calm. Maybe that's what the computer says, but you don't know. You
Right.
don't know how to evaluate this thing.
It's very tough. In that Prague game, if you listen to Blue Mom's interview, he admits he was just playing for a draw for a time there, and it's just okay. Later it got a little spicy, but for sure Prague lost control in his desire to win the game. Dang. Okay, 7 minutes, and they got him
Yeah,
a
here we go.
still move 32. Yeah, 8 more moves.
The pawn endgame, by the way, with Vidit, I ended up looking at it with the supercomputer and the Chess Dojo Stockfish 17.1. And it was a stunner, like in terms of just all the different tricks that were involved. And I'm like, there was one moment where Vidit thought for 23 minutes and then chose the wrong move. So that's how complicated it was.
Right.
Yeah, the Indian kids, random cool guy said, Elo guy, talking about him and the Indians, and the Indians have maybe finally found their kryptonite. A lot of people have been wondering, how do we stop these Indian kids? And Bluebow might be providing the recipe.
Yeah, need just like the solid high 2600s, guys like Blue Bomb, Demchenko, Saric.
Well,
These are our
also,
heroes.
I thought the best thing that Fishbein said in his interview is like, look, when you're playing these Indian kids, you just got to not care about your rating. And what he meant by that was, when I've been playing them, King G7, Rook A7 played. This looks a little unpleasant. When I've been playing them, I definitely have been overpressing and getting burned.
Right.
It's like over and over again. And then like his whole realization was like, dude, just stop. Stop, do a blue bound. Just play solid. And maybe they'll get a draw sometimes, but forget about it. You don't want to become the hunted here, my friend.
Yeah.
I like this a lot with Rook. This whole thing, which maybe he had some conception of when he played Rook A8 on move 28, where he thought for 14 minutes. Every other move has been pretty quick. And so this seems like his conception from that point. And it's at least providing a little bit of zhuzh here. We got definitely less than a minute a move for our contestants. Bishop F8 played. Good move.
Bishop F8. Okay.
Here the intention could be, if Bishop C5, we could think about Rook C2, I think. Trying to go Tauschmaschine. And Bluebaum definitely knows about the Tauschmaschine.
Oh, yeah. He's taken that course.
Oh, maybe Bishop F8 might be a dream wrecker. That might be a dream wrecker. There might be nothing you could do there.
Vitson not looking happy. 3 minutes. What to do? Bishop C5, Rook C2, Bishop F8, King F8, Knight C5.
He played Bishop C5, and I think, well, Black might have something else, but Rook C2 looks pretty consistent with our goals in this position.
And safe. Folks, this game is very tense, very important, and we think it might kind of liquidate in the next couple moves. which should be huge result for everyone chasing, including Hans. So Hans actually very much wants us to stay on this game, guys, and see it to the conclusion because he needs to know does he have a chance if he wins? Oh, actually, I see Hans versus Prague in the background. Okay, yeah, they're fighting, very tense. Tomorrow's gonna be insane if this game is drawn. It's just gonna be total crapshoot. Which I think is kind of how Vidit got in last time. I think going into the final
Yeah,
round,
yeah.
everyone was basically tied and he won his final game.
And there's a lot of ways in which I think, if you think about a boss-off's experience, you could say to yourself, maybe Blue Bomb, maybe you don't even want to go.
Yeah.
I think everyone would say at the first blush, they'd be like, of course I want to go. But then I think if you ask a boss-off now, he'd be like, nah, I wasn't ready for that, man. That wasn't
Yeah, like
me.
was it worth it? It becomes like, the tournament of your career. It's like yeah, I don't know.
Now, let me just say, I was a little surprised by this. I guess it's fine. I was thinking Rook C2 was cleaner. But anyways, he's saying snip snop E5, and he's saying there's no magic dance with the knight.
Okay.
I would be a little worried. I'd be like, you just encouraged him to do the magical dance with the knight.
So 94 now. Wait, Vincent not happy.
How about H4 Kostya here after E5? I'll just show you my intention is Rook
Yeah.
C2, H5, Rook C4, 96, and you're toast.
Oh.
I'm sure there's something you could do, but this is why I wouldn't like this, what he did for black. I thought in this position, Bishop C5, he should definitely play Rook C2 instead of snipping and snopping and playing E5. 252 to left.
Vincent, he's very determined right now.
Of course, he's got to be.
Because it seems like he thinks this wasn't the best. Like he has a chance now, is how he's feeling. But what was Black's answer to 94?
After what?
Just in the live position,
Oh,
threatening 96?
94, okay. I would
Because
assume
if King
King
G6, there's Rook A6.
Oh, very good, very good. Oh, well, that's a much simpler one than my weird H4, H5 stuff.
I think that's what
Uh-oh.
Vincent's doing that thing when he was like leaning against
94,
Vidit.
buddy.
And he's
94,
like,
yeah.
oh,
You're a GM today, buddy.
let's
I was
go.
assuming it had to be more complicated than that. Apparently, it's not. Oh, he's giving him the look. He's like, "Are you okay, bro?" Oh, bro, he's not. That's
Did Blue Bomb miss this? Is the Blue Bomb
possible.
Gambit paying off?
Oh man. Oh man. Ooh, blue bound, buddy. I think you blew it. You should have listened to me. Kostya, just hear me out a second. Just look at it for just a half a second.
hmm
If he had, instead of bishop takes c5, if he just plays rook c2, he's completely fine, isn't he?
I wasn't finding any ideas there, yeah. Like I looked at that for a bit, but I didn't see a try.
Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, so here we are, game position.
He traded on C5 too quickly, the classic mistake, releasing the tension.
Oh, I think that's drama right there.
Wait,
Okay, wait, Kostya. How about king g6,
okay.
rook a6, right?
Yeah.
Rook c2.
So rook F6
Okay, rook f6, king g7,
and C5.
c5. And I'm just saying that I get my
Oh, Hans
fatty.
game over. Hold on, Hans game over. What happened?
Hans game
He
over.
won maybe. Hans won.
Hans won. Okay.
Oh, huge.
We'll go to it in a second. So Here we go. King G6, C5, B3. I'm going to claim that it's bad for me, but I am going to have a fatty pawn on B2.
Yeah.
So this is maybe what we're going to see.
But the knight on E4 is so fat.
Oh, my
Amazing.
pawn on B2 is pretty fat too, buddy.
But like rook on B6, like what is black? White can just push the C pawn, right, to eventually
No,
trade.
well, if you play C6, I'll take it.
But then rook B2.
Yeah, and then I'll have a potentially holdable position.
But you're down a pawn on the king side.
I know I'm down a pawn. So what? I'm down a pawn.
And both pawns are weak.
I'm just saying that's not the easiest thing to win. We might see it. If I was white, though, I would not play C6. I would just hold that pawn there, you know.
I would have thought that endgame's winning like with knights, with rooks, like because the two pawns are so weak for black.
Okay. I'm just trying to come up with something after 94, Kostya.
I didn't realize it was that desperate.
Well, what else does he got?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Because 96 is a hell of a drug. Okay, maybe I got an idea for you. How about this, Kostya? B3,
Right.
knight D6,
Yes.
rook D2.
Yeah.
So if rook F7, I'm going to play king G6, and I think that's a little awkward.
Yeah. But I think knight F7.
All right, let's look at knight F7. Okay. Okay, I got to do it. B2.
So knight E5.
All right, I got to do it. King F8.
Then I have to go rook B7.
And then I take the coconut.
Then this one I'm not sure.
This one looks winning because you could play C5, C6, and the king is cut. Maybe if I can somehow get my king on the 3rd rank instead of the 8th rank, that would be a little bit more plausible for black. All right, dude is tanking big time. Here we go, 94. I'm looking his clock ticking down.
Oh, there was a nice find by It's Me Katu. Instead of knight takes F7 there, rook takes F7, king G6, rook takes F6.
Vincent's kind of shaking his head at the moment, so I don't know what that story is.
Well, Blue Mom has 40 seconds, so it's probably just a distraction.
Okay, we got to move on the board. King G6, rook A6. This all
Blue Mom spent all his time there. No, he's gone down.
Yeah.
Vincent cracked him with this rook A1.
I think Vincent seems like he found something for black. Like Vincent was shaking his head. Now he's back to bobbing. Now he's kind of shaking his head. He's like, I don't know.
Probably it's like, why did I let it get this far? I should have won.
Well, no, I mean, I think if you get this position after what you just had a couple moves ago, you got to be happy about life. Here comes rook C2.
Yeah. Okay, rook C2. Blue Mom's gone full instinct mode. King F5 maybe was possible. But I guess minimum white could have gone knight F6 there. Okay, rook C2. Oh yeah, here I want a rook takes F6, king G7, C5. With idea rook C5, rook F7.
Right. Let's look at that. By the way, I think knight F6 maybe also, but let's go rook F6 first. King G7 and Kostya's move C5. What are you gonna do? And on rook E4, maybe King F3.
Rook E4, rook F7.
Oh, there you go. Good move. Let's put that on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Okay. So rook C2. He's got a little time. Not a lot of time, but a little bit of time. We're predicting rook F6. Knight F6 is... Unfortunately for him, it's kind of a choice. I don't see how it works out, though. Knight f6, rook c4. So probably just Kostya's move here. Now, a lot of these young kids, kind of your age and younger, Kostya, they like to grow their hair out real long, like Bluebaum here. And maybe if he'd get a haircut, he'd be able to see a little clearer, you know? You know? Have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters?
I have not. Have you seen K-pop Demon
Well, I got
Hunters?
kids, bro. I got kids, so of course I've seen it. And I was thinking, for Halloween, I want to be that dude Mystery, and he's got that long hair, kind of like Bluebow. You know, Bluebow's shaking his head now. Whenever he shakes his head, that hair just flies all over the place because he's got so much of it.
I think he's got gray hair. That's funny you said it's for kids because the only reason I've heard about this was because our new dojo friend Hannah Sace
Uh huh.
is obsessed with this movie and she was trying to get everyone to watch it in Portugal.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people are into K-pop, but yeah, it's funny that kids are.
No, I think he's in big trouble here.
The timer down to 30 seconds. He's using it. Okay, rook f6, king g7 played. Oh, he wanted to make a move, but he has to write it down first. c5?
No,
No,
he
rook
plays
back.
rook c6. I liked your move, bud. The other key variation of your, I thought, was c5. If rook e2, we can play king f3. If rook e4, rook f7, king e4.
Yeah.
And I was thinking we're easily in the box, and then I just realized maybe I have a heart attack here with king e6. Holy moly, maybe that was the point. Oh no.
Wow. But it's not so clear, I think, right? King d3, king d5, c6.
I'm with you on the lack of clarity. But it's also like you got to calculate this.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, so rook c6. Here we go. We're into it. b3. This is why
b3.
we did not like rook c6 because it allows a very fatty pawn on b2. So
No.
now it's kind of like it. Instead of that your c5 move, he's gonna have to waste a tempo now.
Yeah, I think he just wants that, but just that. I think there was just something he didn't like about c5. There was some.
I think he should have played c5, but we're gonna check that tomorrow too. c5. So that's the last move of time trouble. And we are predicting b2 from our friend.
Yeah, b2, rook b6, and then that's going to be the end game to evaluate.
Oh, Kostya, wait a second. What about rook c4 intending rook b4? Could he do that? Is that something Keimer missed? Oh,
30 seconds
buddy.
to find.
Oh, buddy, that could be annoying. b2, he doesn't find it. Now, maybe it wasn't anything special, but it looked like a nice thing if you were afraid of this position. The question is, should black be afraid? Rook b6, here we go. All right, so dude went off to go to the potty.
Yeah.
Bluebaum's been drinking a lot of coffee, jumping up and down. He probably had to pee real bad for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah. b2 was a toilet move. I think maybe on rook c4.
In the German chat, Matthias muss mal dringend. He's got to go real bad.
Oh,
Let's figure out your move, Kostya. I thought you were right, bud. Okay, so c5. Now, arguably, the position is kind of similar after b3, but it's definitely an improved version for white. Right? So, like, imagine b3, rook b6, b2, and now it's white's move, and now here it's black's move.
yeah. Um,
So
I'm
let's see
not
if
sure
we
it
can.
makes a huge deal just because like black's knight is like bad, the king is bad.
Right, so it might be like there's nothing much to say for black anyway. Though you
Yeah,
never know. You never know when you're trying to figure that out. Of course, you want the tempo if you can get it.
my best guess it's that maybe king and pawn in game. Like we saw him shaking his head like he was unsure about something. Maybe it was that king and pawn in game.
So first of all, maybe you could miss that move. Maybe the Kostya's rook f7. Though I still like king f3, and then we get the same variation.
Yeah.
So rook e2. This is forced, right? King f3. Rook e4. This is forced. 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 King e6.
On king e6,
Mm-hmm.
isn't there f4? Just to try to win.
Ooh, that would be tasty. So that means you need to play b3 first.
Oh no, it doesn't work. F4 doesn't work.
Why is that?
Because you take on f4, gf, and then b3, and then
f5.
f5 check, king f6.
Oh, welcome to the dojo. Yeah. Okay. So in that case, king d3 is forced. Is it forced? I mean, maybe you could do something else, actually. Maybe you could wait a move. Because you could wait for b3
With like f3.
or g4, yeah. f3 has the virtue, right, that you are keeping the king out of e4. Right? So if b3 now, here, 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 it's still toast. Or it's not toast, but I don't think you're winning this. So f3 wasn't it. Oh man,
Yeah,
yeah,
it helps
that
the
was
king.
hard. That was hard. So actually, even if you end up, the computer says you end up liking it, it maybe speaks a lot about maturity that he goes for this position where he's just down a tempo in the same position. But it seems like black can't do nothing.
Right.
And
No,
that's
I
the
like.
real question for Blue Black too, is like, can he do something? And
Yeah.
by the way, there's a very simple threat for white, which is king over, king over, king over, and we're going to scoop that pawn.
It's a fat horse on e4.
Someone said something about a fat horse. Can I just
This looks beautiful.
see if he missed a chance here, Costa? Let me just try rook c4 for a second. What do you want to do?
Yeah, so here I thought I'll go knight d2,
Mama said rook behind the pawn.
and then I also go behind.
Ooh, nice move.
And I thought that was good because I'm up a pawn.
Well, it's more than a pawn. You're running. I can't stop you.
Well, you have take.
No, knight d6. You take my pawn.
True, true.
That's a
Yeah,
key. That's a key
that's it.
detail. Good thing you didn't miss that, Blue Mound. All right. So, whew. All right. The dust is settled. Dude's got a lot of hair to hold in his hand, and black needs something nice. And he's absolutely correct here to think forever, because if he finds nothing, then king f3, e3, d3 is the end of the game.
Yeah, it basically over if he doesn't find an idea here.
One thought could be h6 intending knight g5, but I'm pretty sure on h6 white just plays h4 and says what?
Maybe chat found the answer on 39 c5, knight g5.
On 39 c5, knight g5. Ah, Kostya, you missed that?
Sure did.
Okay. He's a genius, dude. He's not playing around. Okay, we
He
get
must
this
have found
position.
this. Yeah. Maybe it was the pawn
We
angle,
should have
but
found that too, but okay.
yeah. So nice. Wow. Tricky.
It's very unpleasant. Okay, so let's say some obvious things. Black would like to trade the knights. Even then, he might suffer a little bit in the end game. Might suffer a lot in the end game. And just in general, he must activate that knight. He can't be just letting it be a chump.
Yeah. What does he do? If you go h6, I go h4. And I'll say your favorite what?
You're gonna say what?
I'll say your favorite what?
Okay, yeah. What? Okay, Kostya, let me just try to defend his honor for a second. So knight h6, and I want to go knight f5 to d4, just to improve it, and also on king f3, knight f5, I'm preventing king e3, which is important to my state of mind.
Yeah. Let's see.
Well, that might be a good move.
Let's say I go c6.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to fall for it. Let's go knight f5.
Rook b7 check.
I'll go up. I still don't know what you're doing yet, but let's just see it.
c7.
All right, so Kostya's first claim is that rook c7, rook b2 is great or something. But I also don't know. So if I go knight d4, you will play knight d6.
Yeah. But you can still take on c7 there. I guess I don't really have more than this 3 versus 2 endgame.
Also here, maybe knight e7.
Then knight d6.
But yeah, what's your threat? Like king f6?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess best I can do is this rook endgame with queen.
Right, let's look at the rook endgame briefly. There's a variety of ways we could get to this bad boy.
Yeah, just to see if it's winning or not.
Kostya's first take was that it was winning or something like that.
I would think so. I'm willing to try.
Well, anybody would be willing to try, Kostya. The question is, does White want this? Or like, if he's got nothing else better, he wants it. But is this really like the winner? Interesting question. Okay, so I definitely think it's very pleasant for White. I wouldn't be 100% confident. Yeah. Okay, so we got rook b6. By the way, I don't see another move besides knight h6, Kostya. If you see another move, let me know. I don't know what else to do. Knight d8, my knight's going nowhere. h6, h4, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
All right, Kostya, take me down here, buddy. Knight h6, do you still want c6?
Well, I don't know. I think I would rather have knights on. So let me just go knight d6 right now.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Oh, yeah, knight g4. I didn't see.
Yeah, knight g4.
I don't like knight g4. Okay, knight h6. Let me think. Knight h6. What if we just play c6, knight f5, c7?
Just to be determined to reach that position.
Yeah, you could still go knight e7, and then I would think about what to do. But I guess knight e7, I can go knight d6 and really try to.
Okay, let's call that the default solution. Let's call that the default solution for white. But that one, we have a little bit of a debate whether it's winning or not. It's definitely very pleasant.
No, 100%. You still have to convert it for sure. But with knights, you think better chances, right? Versus the rook endgame.
Well, with the knight endgame, that's traditionally thought of as just lost. Yeah. Anytime
But yeah, I
you
mean like rook and
almost
knight together.
a rook and knight. Well, that one's obviously more complicated. But the knight, so we'll say the knight endgame, definitely we could call that lost. I feel confident in that. The rook endgame, I don't know. Rook and knights, maybe for a computer, but that's also, there's so much hectic going on when you got the rook and the knight.
Hmm. He played knight d8, but knight d8 actually starts to make a lot of sense to me because the knight does threaten to go to e6 or c6.
Oh, come on, Kraai. Why did you see that? What are you doing, Kraai? Okay. That might be brutal. Just knight e6 next. What? Oh, no. Okay. Good move.
Yeah.
All right, let me try to play white, Kostya. So knight g5.
Hmm. Let's say knight c6.
Oh, that wasn't very nice. Okay, I'll do a take back. All right, I guess I'm going king f3.
Hmm.
You can go c6 or e6, might not make a difference.
Don't know. Let's go e6.
All right, king e3.
Don't really see what black can do other than take on c5. But at least you get the knights off, so.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Rachel? Okay, so here's what's happened in this game. We think Vincent was much better early on. Then he kind of blew it, but then he found a nice idea in time trouble, and now he's back to having decent chances with an extra pawn.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a dojo disagreement on just how to evaluate this kind of position that might be forced coming up, where Kostya feels it should be fundamentally lost, and he might be right. I've just been burned so many times in rook end games that I'm just like, I don't know.
I don't think it's totally lost. I would just think it's decent chances.
Okay, fair enough. It's definitely decent chances.
Yeah.
So knight d8 is our position, and I guess the best thing I can, and for whatever reason, maybe it's just because I'm a punk, maybe it's because I've been doing this for hours, but I was somehow missing knight d8 entirely.
Yeah.
And interestingly, well, okay, no, it's not interesting. Well, the other one with knight f5, there's the idea to try to hold the position together with knight d4. And I want to just mention that here because knight d8, king f3, let's put on e6 here. If you came to the conclusion that knight c5 is absolutely miserable, maybe you'd think of knight d4. However, I don't think that's good because of f4.
Oh, Vincent found really nice move, I think. Knight d6. And he played it pretty fast too, so he must be confident.
Well, Kostya, you're seeing things I don't yet see. Why is this a dreamy move? So
Because
let's.
I think he wants knight f5 check, followed by knight e3, and then knight c4. So just getting rid of the winning the b pawn.
Okay, let's go for it. Knight e6, knight f5, king f6,
Sure.
knight e3, rook c5, rook b2.
Yeah, at least, yeah, you got this with knights.
And you got this with knights.
I mean, black's pawn is on b2. It's very hard to imagine white can win it without giving up the c pawn.
Okay. Oh, man.
But really, what I'm more obsessed with is that Keimer played knight d6 really fast. Like, he would have thought about it if he had options or, you know. But he must feel quite confident about this. And Blue Bomb now is kind of like he's tanking again, like he didn't see something. Looking very unhappy, actually. Hair looks good, but
Your generation loves that hair, dude. Yeah.
this guy's got like this natural texture. Like, I guess on a better day, Rachel, you can ask him if he puts product in it. I'd be curious. Like, 'cause I don't think he does. Like, chess player is not really the type. I know
Well,
you
yeah,
get that texture.
Rachel's generation of dudes. Yeah, they're like they love that thing, man. They're just floppy hairs, dude. Yeah. But I think Blue Bomb's a little older than Rachel's age. I'm gonna
No, he's older. He's older. No, Rachel's generation, they got, the broccoli cut,
the broccoli cut, exactly.
which everyone loves.
He's 28 years old, but he's an old man. He's an old man at 28. Oh, and he went to Bielefeld, where I was for a little bit.
Oh, that's
Amazing.
cool.
Well, yeah, I was at three different places in Germany, and Bielefeld, dude, Bielefeld University, man, holy moly, Bielefeld's a lot like Baltimore in some ways, a little rough around the edges.
Oh,
And
interesting.
some German, I was out Heidelberg and Jena, and there's like kind of, especially Heidelberg with like beautiful old buildings and stuff, and Bielefeld is just this massive one building with glass windows, and they've been corroded with time. Yeah.
I know you did the PhD in Germany, but what were the other two schools?
So I did first what was, I guess, the equivalent of a master's in Jena, which was East Germany. It was used to be East Germany, and then I followed a professor to a Heidelberg, and then I followed him again to Bielefeld. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Knight d6.
Yeah, Blue one's distraught.
It looks griefy. It looks griefy. Keimer, by the way, a very impressive run the last, let's say, year.
Yeah.
And he's now in the top 10. If he wins this, he's obviously a little higher in the top 10. I'll tell you who's not in the top 10 is a guy named Gukesh. Actually, Keimer is not officially in the top 10. He's just Gukesh is at 2751, playing a game now that we don't even know who he's playing. Anish is at 2750. So if Keimer wins this, he will jump to number 10. He will jump to number 10.
I did love Anish's interview yesterday where he's like, Gukash's having a bad tournament. I also have bad tournaments. Why can't I be world champion? Love it. Love it. Okay, 96, knight f5 check on the board. Blue Bomb has his head on the table.
It's already on the table, buddy?
He's really upset about something. I don't know what it is though.
Well, he thinks this is lost, and he probably came into this tournament with zero expectations. But you come into a game like today, and you're like, "Holy crap! I could go to the candidates."
I know.
And then that disappointment
He
sets
might
in.
have started to have some expectations in today's round.
Check to the miserable king. Knight f5. Yeah, it's truly a little bit unpleasant for a peasant here. King f6. I guess I'm a GM today. I called that one. Knight e3. Kostya's a GM. And we didn't find anything better than rook c5. So basically, there's a couple different ways you could get to it. Rook c5 played. And we had this position on the board. And here's an interesting thought. But if you knew that the rook endgame was winning, you could have had that. If you didn't know it, you'd say, well, this at the very least gives me more chances, just because it's way more complicated. In general, though, the knights are better with local weaknesses, and we also know that the endgame with just knights is a win. I've had several painful experiences. I've won some games like that too. It's just like the knight just starts crawling all around you when you got the extra pawn.
Yeah.
So what white can do at various points in this endgame is bully black with the threat of the trade of the rooks. There's a lot of bullying that's going to happen, and then if this lasts for hours, it's going to be bullying. Rook b2.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
I love
now,
that Vincent really thought about rook b2 because he didn't have to take right away. Black wasn't able to defend the pawn, but so he was looking at like maybe he should start with h4 or something technical. But I think he didn't see anything convincing, so just takes the pawn. Now blue pawn goes h5 pretty quickly, which to me feels logical. Like that's a move you'd probably want to make.
it feels logical, but it's also very committal.
It's quite committal. Yeah, I get the sense blue bomb's a bit tilted. He's just like,
He might be a little tilted, yeah.
just play h5.
So many tempting moves here for white. One thing he might have wanted to have done is to stop king f3, e4. I guess he's stopping it because he's got knight g5, so I'll do a take back there. If white plays h4, you might be committed now to play e4 to keep the king out. H4, of course, if you were just playing blitz, I think you just play h4.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you never hold this in blitz. No chance.
So candidate moves for white are h4, and also just rook b6 is a very unpleasant move to face. I think black's chances here are trying to organize e4 so that you keep the, like if h4 then e4, and you claim that, hey, I'm keeping the king out and maybe I can somehow not lose this thing. Also, similarly, maybe on rook b6, e4. The knight is pretty on e3, but it's dominated by the rook on c5, so it's not like we're doing something instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, rook b4 definitely an idea for white. Rook b6.
I like rook b4, Kostya. That makes a lot of sense to me. Jump GM.
Rook
Just to
b4.
stop e4.
Stop e4, yeah.
Oh, rook b4. We're GMs today.
Wow. Robin Esperosa. Nice find.
Oh, that was Robin Esperosa in the chat. Very good, Robin.
Convincing.
Okay, let's take a moment to just look at this other stuff. I promised to look at, oh, not that one. Go back. I promised to look at Niemann. Oh, dude, Niemann beat Prague. What a win, dude. What a win.
Huge win for Hans. Huge.
All right, let's just do a little baby recap here. So, boom, boom, boom. Okay. So, up to here, Hans is playing fast and now takes a good think and plays the Firouzjan knight a3. Now, white is up a pawn, but black seems fine. It's funny, when I looked at this position earlier, I didn't realize that white was up a pawn. There, the pawn's gone. Now, Kostya, just looking at this, black should be fine, right?
I didn't think it's so serious.
Oh, yeah, this whole thing went down. And this whole thing went down. He's still up a pawn. Queen e1, bishop e5. Well, now he's just up a pawn again. He keeps sacking the pawn. Holy moly. Wow. Wow.
Looks like very nice technical game.
Rook f4 resigns. Niemann's been putting some moves together, bud. He's been putting some moves together.
Yeah. Botvinnik-esque, that last game.
A lot of the moves yesterday, too, when he was, in the bad position, like it was, and same thing with Firouzja game, he was just playing move after move of Correctamundo. And we should also note that, the tiebreaks are going to be complicated. And the fact that he played Firouzja and Prague here with huge ratings, I don't know if that's going to make him top of the tiebreaks, but it's going to help.
Sure, for sure.
It's going to help. Okay, amazing. And then Yu Yang Yi against Arjun. I'm going to say that's looking drawish, but we'd rather beat Yu Yang Yi with the knight. Nihal against Abdu. Maybe again I want to be the knight, and I want to be the person with the D file, for sure. No, that looks like Nihal has a reasonable chances there. Mm-hmm. And that's it. Like the Yan game, we could talk forever about it. Yan's better, but there's nobody's playing for anything there, right? No one's playing anything for that game.
Are they 2 behind? Let's see. Nepo. It's 5.5 right now. So if he won, then he would be only half point behind.
Yeah, but there's just no chance because there's so many people above you. There's so many people. Well, let's talk about who those people are. So if Khyber wins, he'll obviously be a half point ahead and be in the best position. But then, well, it depends on the Arjun game, of course, and the Sarin game. Sarin, I don't know. It looks like to me he could be one of the people in the running. And has Sarin already played Moke? Let me just quickly look. No, he hasn't played Mr. Moke. So we could get a Sarin Niemann. Who knows? These guys have all played each other already. So, who would Khyber play? We don't know.
Yeah, he could play with. Someone says I'm interested on that Khyber. He's had even whites and blacks, 5 each, right?
Okay, I'll let
But Hans has had 6 whites.
Oh, okay.
And same for Firouzja. Which means that if Vincent plays either of those two, he gets white again in the last game.
Oh.
And if he's got an extra half point, it's very comfy for him. Great chances.
Whew. Okay. So, go back to this bad boy. Knight d4 played. Yeah, I don't know, Kostya. Part of me is like, you know what? Maybe I would want to trade knights here just to make my life a little simpler. Because these knights, it's going to make things complicated.
Here I would start with rook b6 check. Just to check.
Well, let's show Kostya's evil plan. Well, first h4 was played, but rook b6. Kostya's hoping for h4 mate. Just to check. The issue, of course, would be what if I block? Now it would be a good block because you'd be like you'd say to yourself, Kraai says I'm winning on the rook trade. Anyways, he just plays knight h4.
He just goes h4. He just continues on his merry way. Now maybe rook b8, rook h8.
Right, if we imagine the rook going to h8.
Or the rook could even get to g5.
Yeah, well, that's what we're saying. Because if rook h8, king g6, rook g8, then you go rook g5 and you're winning. The other nice thing about a rook b8 move is any kind of e4, we have rook e8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's very unpleasant.
And yeah, again, I think like Vincent's speed tells me that he's like pretty confident about how to do this. Otherwise, he would spend a lot of time. Does he want to commit to h4? Does he not? Like, does he have other ideas?
One nice thing, too, about h4 instead of rook b6 is if knight c6, now you have to worry about e4 again. Now, maybe there's king f3, I don't know. But you'd have to worry a little bit about it. You'd also have to worry about black throwing in h4, maybe. And now it just keeps it super simple.
Yeah.
Black can't do much, king e6. And there's probably more than one good move. But to me, rook b8 looks very hard to me. What are you supposed to do?
King e6 played. So he's gonna defend h5 with his e pawn. He's gonna go e4.
But you can't rook b8, e4. I have rook e8. Game over.
Yeah, true. So rook b8, maybe king
Maybe knight f5 or something.
5.
No, knight f5. I have
take
take
rook g8.
take rook g8. Goodbye. Yeah. It looked like rook b8 might be the end.
Andy Woodward won again. He beat Parham. Wow.
Dang.
Andy.
Oh, poor Parham, dude. Poor Parham. Oh, buddy, you
know.
did so well.
I know the dream. Parham.
Oh, it's very comfortable for white here.
One day. The Sensei Eval Evan is great chances for Vincent.
Yeah, let's call it 1.7. So that's like basically winning, but you got to do a little work. But I don't know. On rook b8, I don't see it. Rook b6 check played. Clearly, I don't understand chess because I was just talking smack about this.
I guess he wants knight c6, rook b7?
But how did that help you?
Not sure.
And then the problem is then he could play e4. Hey, Vincent, you just had to play rook b8, bud. Yeah, it wasn't that hard.
Yeah, I don't really get it. Played it fast too, so he's like still confident.
So if we assume he wins, then he's going to be, for the first time, Vincent is, in the top 10. Gukesh, I think, lost, or something terrible happened to Gukesh against today. Maybe he drew or something because he's down to number 12. Whew, man. Oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, live Vincent is number
Right?
7.
Yeah, he's 7, bro. Dang. Oh, yeah, he could. I don't think he gets 5 points for winning this, but he's going to be real close to number 6 if he wins.
And Hans is 14.
Dang. I might have to. I was talking smack about. We had a big debate about whether Hans could reach the top 10. And somewhere it was also the question of, well, the first question was, could he become world champion? And then the next one, could he be top 10? And
I
he played some solid chess this tournament, man.
No, he's doing great. I think I'm winning the top 10 race next year because I put Neiman. Both you guys put Arvin, who's now number 29 in the world.
That was a
You
big.
guys got baited by Arvin.
We did get baited, dude. Well, it was like once somebody breaks it into that top 10, we didn't ever heard of the guy. And we're like, well, if you make it the top 10, generally you're going to stick around for a little while. It's like a club. They don't just kick you out immediately. But then, boom, he got the boot.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
no staying power.
I got really baited on that. That was a good way of putting it. All right, King
I'll be
E7. We don't understand anything here. You got to go for a sec, Kostya?
Yeah, quick break.
Yeah. So, here we got all our business. Just looking at a couple things here. I'm going to chastise some people here. We gotta post them vids. So, all right. Chastising the crew. All right, so there's some moves I don't understand. I didn't understand why Rook B8 was played with this blue bump thing. This Yu Yang Yi game, definitely white's better, but it's not necessarily easy to win. Sarin, I don't know, that looks winning. That looks winning. It's maybe a long road, but it looks winning. And then the Yan game, I'm not interested. I'm sure it's an interesting game. Not interested in looking at it. So I'm going to go back to this and try to understand. First, I need to understand what was wrong with this move. I'm having real trouble. Maybe knight c2 with the intention, I don't know if this makes sense, but snip, snap, rook h8, e4. This does not look good. I could say check, force your king back. No, this is no good because then I go here, e3, rook f5, winning. Oh, man. So I still didn't understand why rook b8 didn't do it. And the reason it's important is like in this position, it's just a little bit more complicated for me because like rook h6, e4, that's the whole thing. I don't want to allow this e4 to happen. So I don't know why we didn't play rook b8. We got knight f1 on the board here. Okay, so white wants to play knight d2. If I was black here, I definitely want to try e4. And if knight d2, I want to think about rook e3. However, maybe I just get crushed with rook b4. That might be unpleasant for a peasant. However, maybe it's still... Now look at this. Here, I go exclam. E2, I go exclam. So that's okay for me too. All right, so knight f1 on the board. Let's just say the obvious. It should be winning anyway. But if I get the knight to e4, it's forget about it. And so e4, knight d2 looks good. Maybe rook c2, but then I play rook h6 and it's game over. That's gone. So I talked a lot of smack. Maybe I had a different method, but this one, knight f1, looks clean. Just improving the knight. They say, Mama said that the knight was a great blockader of the passed pawn. It's looking that way, be the case here too. On e4, knight d2 is unnecessary too, but we got rook b4. Kostya, we had a
Yeah.
great move here, knight f1. I was a little confused about the method and the madness here, but knight f1 looks very strong. So on e4, I can do knight d2 or rook b4, and I'm going to win the pawn. If you play rook c2, then I'll play rook h6. So it's looking pretty clean.
Wait, and what's the plan? 92, 94?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
In fact, we had a knight on there earlier, and he did a whole dance to win the b2 pawn. And now we're just saying, oh, that was my natural home. I'm going home. Yeah, the knight
No
on
time.
e4 does so much. And, I think the only way we can imagine holding that h pawn is if you somehow play e4. I want to say, Kosi, you said h5 was natural. I was like, I don't know. I think I might have tried leaving that bad boy at home. He
Hmm.
definitely wishes he could move now. All right, we
I
got
mean,
to.
I definitely agree with you that it's committal. My read was that it was a blitz move from Blue Ball. He just played it fast,
Okay, fair enough.
like as if I mean maybe he tilted, maybe not, but it seemed like he played it based on his understanding of the position. Just kind of like he didn't really think about it.
Knight d6 might be kind of clever with the intention. Oh, I was about to say it was clever, and then I realized it wasn't. I was thinking maybe dude wants to go knight d6, but then look at this, Kostya. Whack, whack, whack. That's got to be gone. I don't need to calculate that. Yeah,
Yeah.
g4 exclam. Okay, so knight f5. I still think knight d2. I don't see any hope after that.
Someone in the chat said I was right about a dojo talk, but I don't remember. Was I here for what was I right about?
I also have to take a break. Let them answer. Tell them what they
Oh,
tell
it was
Kosi
probably
what
the
you.
Arvin thing. Yeah, yes. Well, that was just a guess. That was just a prediction. I wanted to say on Keimer, I've always been very impressed by Keimer, and it's really David who's not sold on Keimer.
I
For
think
some
he's
reason,
I think
David,
he's coming
he,
around. Yeah,
maybe he's coming around, but he kept saying like Keimer's got no chance to be world
that's
champion, or
right.
he,
That's right. Yeah, he felt,
so he
but
just,
he felt he was boring. Um, he didn't have the ambition or some story like that.
hmm,
And what we're seeing actually, he's really good at these positions that, like the Vidit game where it was dead equal, but he found a way to push.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
But, yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Keimer, he's got actually an interesting story, right? So he was a child prodigy, and he was being coached by Peter Leko, who was also, prodigy himself, in his own day, and then obviously world championship candidate. And he made headlines when he won the Granky Open, which is one of the strongest opens in the world, as a 13 or 14-year-old international master. So he hadn't even made his grandmaster title yet. Of course, everyone assumed it would be coming soon, but he won this Granky Open ahead of like a bunch of 26, maybe even some, close to 2,700 rated players in the field. And at the time, his rating was like 2480 or so. So he was still like, he's very strong. I am, very young talent, obviously, but he wasn't like GM at age 13, like a few other kids were. But that was his kind of sensational victory. And then after that, of course, he, continued to grow. Doesn't David just have a preference for more tactical chess? I don't think so, necessarily. I mean, that's like David's style, but from talking with David, I mean, he really appreciates a well-played endgame for sure. Maybe even more so than he appreciates the tactical stuff because the tactical stuff is more akin to his own style. So I don't think it's a style thing that David doesn't like about Keimer. I think it's more maybe just like I think he just doesn't sense that like killer spirit. Arjun and Gukesh and Prague. But I don't really see the same thing David sees. For me, I see Vincent as having huge fighting spirit. It's just he's just much more technical than these other players. Kind of like Karpov in a way, Karpovian. But I don't know if I'm representing David's position in the most accurate way. All I know is he doesn't think Keimer has any world championship chances. How do you say Granky? Granka? But even in I played Granky Open this year. Even in Granky, everyone was saying Granky. You know, even the Germans, they're all saying Granky. Someone made a comment that Rennie, it was in the YouTube chat, that Andy Woodward beat Aronian Maksuda back to back, and FIDE Chess and Chess 24 totally ignored it. I would say this is a little bit unfair. First of all, the second Woodward result has only just happened, right? The Maksuda game is a very fresh result. And the people running the social media accounts of FIDE Chess and Chess 24, they have a lot of games to look at, right? There's like two sections, right? You got the open and the women. So it's like a lot, and there's a lot of stories. Like, so, and I saw on Twitter, you know, people are like upset that like take never posts victories on like any of the Indian players, which is like totally untrue. It's like, so I think I don't know. There's like a perception thing. But for the most part, I would say there's no the social media people. They're not out to get anyone. I think they're happily. I don't think there's a lot of agendas and propaganda with that kind of thing.
Kostya,
Yeah.
I wanted to make an announcement for chat. Maybe you probably already know this, but tomorrow, dude, the round starts 1 hour earlier.
Right.
So that's going to
That's
be
fun.
5 o'clock my time. That's going to be 2 o'clock in the morning David time. 2 o'clock in the morning David time. Yeah, that's going to be a real thing.
And do we know for
92.
sure David is joining back?
Well, that's what he said.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. I will try to join as soon as I do. Today, I really value my sleep, and I don't feel good if I don't sleep enough. So it's just not really negotiable. But today, normally I would have slept so much longer. But I was just like, I really didn't want to miss the Faruja Giri game, unfortunately, and and then I really didn't want to miss this game. Um,
Yeah, this looks crispy. A simple threat for white, by the way, would be rook f6, kick the knight, and go rook h6. Very important not to blunder rook h6. That's what my mind wanted to do a half a second when I got here, Kostya. And I was like, oh no, that's how I blundered against these Indian kids.
so Jesse, question for you, 2800 to fellow 2800. Do you think that your blitz skills improved during your quest?
No. No, I just got better. I dialed in my openings. Well, okay, when we say blitz skills, to me, when I think about blitz skills, I think, especially where I'm lacking, I wasn't able to improve. So where I was never really able to do it is anytime I was 10 seconds versus 10 seconds, I was just losing. I was just losing every single time. And that didn't change. That didn't change. I think and like the whole trickery, so the moving fast and the trickery of that last 10 seconds, which is not, it's, arguably not chess, it's its own special realm. I just couldn't do it. But maybe I compensated by, in the earlier part of the game, moving faster So so moving
Yeah.
faster to get avoiding that 10 seconds versus 10 seconds thing. And a lot of times, even a lot of those positions, even 30 seconds versus 30 seconds, I'm kind of hopeless against a true master of the art.
Hmm.
Because, they're setting these dumb little traps. They move super fast. So that part about the game I didn't get better at. So I feel, Kostya, I did it with skill, buddy. I did it with skill. I didn't do it with no dirty
So
stuff.
my question was actually just like if any part of your game improved, because I think if you just play a bunch of blitz, your rating will naturally go up and down, just due to the nature of how
Right,
streaky
right,
it is. So I was asking like if any part of your game felt better. So it sounds like some things did, just not like the bullet stuff.
right.
That's interesting. Yeah, when I saw you, was watching you play, I feel like you're mostly like you were usually ahead on the clock out of the opening and like into the so you're going into it like 2 minutes versus 1 minute or something like that. Like usually, from what I could see, had an advantage. So you would say that you specifically just try to play quickly early on, so you just avoid the time trouble.
To try to avoid it. Yeah, you never can totally avoid it, but you can try to avoid it.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit better in that phase of the game. The main improvement for me, for sure, was just learning to not spend time on non-critical moments. Because I didn't realize I had a habit of this, but I would often spend like 10 seconds here, 10 seconds on the next move, 10 seconds on the next move, and all of those should have been like 1 or 2 second moves.
Yeah.
So it's not like I was, well, okay, occasionally I would spend like 45 seconds on something that's also bad, but that's where I realized I was burning the most time is just spending like several extra seconds on call them like simple like positional moves.
Where it clicked for me, actually, just in terms of understanding, and once I understood it, it was like, oh, I get it. Is one of the great things I loved about that quest was I got to play several games against Raphael Vaganian and a couple games against Nigel Short. And Vaganian, I mean, he was like, I don't know, probably number three in the world at some point. Also was known as a good blitz player back in the day, but blitz was different back in the day. You played with with one of those. He was probably playing with one of those Russian plunger clocks, you know, and the whole video game-ish skill that you get in the last 10 seconds, the dude clearly never learned. So we had a lot of battles where I would win on time. And it was
Mhm.
like, oh, I never win on time. And I was like, oh, why is that happening? Because he's like you, buddy. He has no clue how to do this. And then, like, before I even played Nigel Short, he posted on Twitter about how his generation didn't learn to do blitz. And then I played him, and he still has a rating of like 2,900 or something. But when it comes down to the final moments, I was beating him playing a little faster. And I was like, oh my God, I never went on time. But this is why it's happening. And it's not because I learned, it's just because they were even worse at doing the 10 minutes, 10 seconds versus 10 seconds. And what the reason it was a breakthrough is was like a lot of people were telling me, like, oh, you need to train with like somebody who will teach you how to pre-move and do the dirty tricks. And A, that's not that interesting to me. But B, I don't. If they couldn't learn it, I can't learn it either. So it was just like a very welcome thing where I was like, right, I can't learn this. There's other things maybe I can learn, but I'm not going to learn to do the pre-move game. And
I
that was
I don't.
freeing. That was freeing because then it was like, right, I just have to play better chess than these fools.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think like the primo stuff is totally necessary. Um, and I would say for me, it it improved a bit, but not as much as other stuff, I would say. Um, but I wouldn't say that you can't do it. I bet you like you could at least improve like because I didn't get good at that stuff, but I at least like started started thinking along those lines and like pre-moving more trickily in in time scrambles,
Uh-huh.
um, or just pre-moving more in general. So I also wasn't I just wasn't pre-moving a lot in general, unless it's like king or queen versus king situation or something. Um, but Yeah, I think definitely if you like started paying attention to it and then what I did during the run a little bit was I would like go to the through the scramble and analyze it. I would be like, oh, at this moment I should have pre-moved this, right? So you start like breaking it down like where you should have kind of gone for it. You can I think maybe start picking up some patterns, you know.
Yeah. I felt, by the way, what I did was I mainly looked after the games at just the openings, and I
Yeah.
felt like I was getting pretty good at the openings. Also, it's just interesting to look at what the engine says. It comes up with so many fascinating things. So just like looking at its opinion on positions you've just had is, it's a very instructive thing to do.
I definitely think, yeah, my openings got a lot tighter because I was just playing the same stuff over and over again, just the
Yeah.
same lines. And every time just going like one move deeper, one move deeper. And
Well, actually, so here's the next question, Kosio. So, after Josh Friedel got the GM title, dude didn't know what to do with his life, and then spent like 7 years away. Finally, he's come back a little bit. And me too, it's a little bit unclear what to do after you become a GM. So, after you become 2,800, buddy, what's next, dude? What's next
um,
after 2,800?
well, no, now it's like actually it's perfect timing for me to get back because Grand Swiss is ending
Yeah.
in 2 days, and Tadov just got back into town, so she's going to be training for U.S. Championship. So it's a great time for me to, and I got like 2.5 months before my next tournament, most likely.
Okay.
So I think I'm going back to classical now.
Good, good. Yeah.
I might keep playing a bit of Blitz because I do feel like it was actually really helpful to dial in the openings. So I might keep playing like an hour or so a day. Um, so people have asked me if I play off stream. I basically never play Blitz off stream because I don't. It's not actually that fun for me to play Blitz. Like I mainly play because it's like I like that it can help me with the openings. I like that it can make me sharper. And then to me, it's more fun than, let's say, like classical chess, just from a purely fun perspective. But I don't actually like if I want to do something fun, I'd rather, not be doing chess. So I'm actually pretty good about not playing off stream.
White has several good moves here, I think, Kosya. Knight f6 comes to mind. I don't know what you're supposed to do against that. Just threatening the coconut raw.
93 check? Oh, King F3. Oh.
And if e4, I think on e4 I just go king f1 and then take your e pawn.
Yeah.
You could go passive with knight f6, knight g7, but no one wanted to see that.
Right. Yeah, and then knight d5 check. It's very unpleasant.
Now, I'm sure there's other moves besides knight f6, but that looks horrendous. Falk says king f3, knight d4 is how you lose him. But actually, you would have to, it takes more than that. Because you'd have to go king f3. Oh, yeah, you would lose like that. But see, I would too. It's like, yeah, play rook e1 first. No, you don't. You just lose immediately. Bluebaum, that might have worked at the grammar school level, buddy. It's not going to work here. You're playing Keimer.
All the best players in classical are blitz monsters, but are all the blitz monsters the best players in classical? That's the real question. Because of course all the top guys are good at blitz, but they're good at everything in chess. Question is like getting really good at blitz going to help you that much with the classical?
I guess I'm gonna name two names that are better, much better in blitz than they are OT, like classical, and you could probably maybe add some. So
Mhm.
for me, what comes to mind are Bortnik and Tang. So they're both like 2,500 GMs, but in Blitz, they're like, amongst the very best.
And the interesting thing is that there's two Bortniks,
Yeah, there's two Bortniks, right?
right? And they're both 3,000 plus, and one of them's an IM.
Yeah.
So, yeah, insane. Yeah, and yeah, Andrew Tang is of course just hyper fiend. Like he was. Have you seen him play blindfold hyper bullet?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, just think about that. Like 30 seconds blindfold. Daniel also is like a blindfold genius. He's like very. He was playing blindfold OTB blitz. Just like crushing it. Actually, one of the Title Tuesdays not that long ago, Danya decided to play blindfold
Oh my God.
because he was, I think, a little bit tilted, and his opponents didn't know he's playing blindfold, and he's literally like beating people like Kwang Liam, who's playing like normal. Like he still got like a normal, he got like 7.5, 8 points or something playing blindfold.
Wow, dude. And so how, well, okay, I mean, it's a dumb question, but how would he do it?
He, well, you get the notation on chess.com.
Okay. Oh, I
So
see.
So when the moves comes in, he sees the move highlighted and he sees the move in the notation.
Got it. Well, that's intense, yeah.
Yeah. No, there's something to that.
All right, I'll click back on some of the other boards. Yu Yang Yi still looks like he's given a good massage to Arjun. Much rather be white in that position.
Yeah.
Sarin, Sarin has lost a lot of his zhuzh, honestly. Before he was giving black the business, and black has pushed him back. So that game went from, I was thinking white was going to win that thing, to now it's looking a little unclear. Yeah, that's definitely looking unclear. So that's surprising. And then the other games are all basically done. Um,
Yeah, thanks, Charles.
yeah, if I was like a mathematical genius, I'd be sitting here calculating tie breaks and stuff. But I'm not. I'm not that person. I've been up for a long time too. Bornick is 2,600 due to the farming down in Charlotte. Let me just say, Charlotte is not a place you want to do some farming. I don't know. I don't know. I think Bornick is legitimate OTB 2,600, but that's a huge difference. Like 2,600 versus where he is in the Blitz world is a totally different situation.
Yeah, Q-Tom, right? Are you sure about this? Because like he's been 2,600 for a while. I would guess even longer than he's been in Charlotte. He's been 20 like, and I'm looking at his FIDE rating graph. Like he, since 2023, he's like played very little and gained very like he hasn't gained points since 2023. We're talking about FIDE classical, I assume. Oh, okay, okay. You're just okay. I'm sorry. Like, guys, the internet. I don't know your tone. I can't see your face, so I apologize. And there are a lot of people that take, what Kramnik says at face value, and they just believe the guy. Um, but yeah, no, legit, very, very strong.
Well,
Need some,
Kostya,
yeah, need
I'm
some
passing out,
couches.
dude. I'm passing out. This old man is passing out. Um, you want? I assume you want to take it over.
Um, Actually, I'm not sure. I think I'm also kind of done. Um, I do think Vincent is gonna convert it.
Right. So let's end this with our predictions, and I'll go over here. I'm gonna hit results. I think they're not. Yeah, they're listing some of the results here. So, right, we got Neiman Anish Faruja, and Blue Baum. We're thinking is gonna get toast, so his chances are over. We're gonna say Keimer joins them. And it's a little bit unclear who else is going to join them then after that.
Oh, Keimer jumps ahead, right?
Oh, son of a holy moly. Of course he jumps ahead. What am I saying? So yeah, Keimer jumps ahead. So we have 1 7.5 and then 3 to 4 sevens. And so what you see in that 3 to 4 sevens is those sevens could win and still not qualify because of the tiebreak issue. And as you can see, I'm pretty sure this lists it by tie breaks. So Neiman having worse tie breaks than Geary, and Geary worse than Faruja. That's
Yeah, I'm
gonna
interesting
be
to see what the
critical.
pairing is tomorrow. So assuming Keimer wins, I don't think he's played any of Firouzja, Giri, or Neiman. But I do
Right.
think Firouzja, there might be this rule, right, where you can't play up more than once. I
Oh
think
yeah,
Firouzja is probably played up.
there might be some weird thing like that too going on. That's why the pairings are very hard. It's like really a computer has to do the pairings. It's not very
Yeah,
difficult.
and there's stuff with the with the colors. But yeah, it could end up being like Vincent White against Neiman, for example, or Giri. See, says Alireza has played the other two. Fair enough. But then apparently there's this rule where you can't get paired up more than once. So since Vincent has more points than Firouzja, technically Firouzja would be paired up against Vincent. And if that already happened in the tournament, then apparently he's not allowed to do that. So the pairings could be really wonky.
Also, another thing that could be interesting tomorrow, depending on how things go, is Keimer needs to know before the round starts, if I draw, am I assured a spot? Because his pie breaks aren't great. And if they aren't great, then maybe he could actually, two people could tie with him who have better tie breaks. In which case he has to be like, I'm all in, I got to win it. Or even more exciting, the games are progressing and he doesn't know, and he has to keep an eye on it.
Well, see, I feel like this is possible because like Firouzja has already played Giri, for example. So let's say because they have to pair Vincent with someone. Let's say they pair Vincent with Hans. Then Firouzja and Giri have already played. So then Firouzja would play someone on 6.5, Giri would play someone on 6.5, right? And theoretically they could both win to get to 8 points, which means that Vincent with a draw wouldn't 100% be getting in. But you got to believe in Vincent's chances. If he wins here and makes a draw, that he's like, I feel like you still got to take it.
Oh man! So the other two games we got that Arjun and Nordebek Senior, those guys could be in the 7 group as well. And given and also Nihal. Oh my God! So that 7 group is going to be pretty big. Someone in chat said Keimer secures with a draw, and I don't think so. I'm looking at Keimer's tie breaks, and he's only played one over 2,700. And the tie breaks are done by Elo. So, no, I think his tie breaks are nasty. Yeah. By the way, before we go, we got to go. I'm just going to control F Gukesh because I don't have the arms business to actually find him because he's so far down there. Oh, I got to hit show all to find him, bro. Oh, I got to hit show all to find Gukesh. Oh, dude. All right, so he did win today. He drew yesterday. That's why his rating cracked again.